Raise your hands, everyone. All right. I can see a lot of potential founders coming up who would like to start their own startup. कितने लोगों already startup शुरू है यहाँ पे? How many students have we've seen so many students over here? Started your startup? Perfect. And potential जो बनाने वाले हैं, how many people there would like to have your own startup? We are at Startup Mahakumbh 2025, and such a big day. This is the third day that we are here, and we are surely looking forward to this grand event. Today, on this very stage, we'll be having some of the most influential speakers from across India. They'll be here with us. We also have some Bollywood celebrities as well. Just a small request to each and everyone before we start the event, as we'll be having them on stage, and we understand that everyone here in India will look forward to probably the culture of having a signature, probably an autograph is gone, or the selfie culture has become so big, but it would be very difficult for us to probably take that thing forward. So I just request you to please maintain that decorum throughout the event, and please respect any influential speaker's privacy or any celebrity privacy once they walk out. So the moment they exit the event, they exit from the stage, we request you to please be seated and make sure that they have a smooth exit. So thank you so much for being here with us. We would like to welcome each and everyone who is a part of this grand event. My name is Sahil Bajaj, and I'm going to be the MC for this event. And my co-host Mehak is also here. Mehak, are you equally excited?
Absolutely. I'm so excited, and thank you so much, Sahil, for the kind introduction. You've been really kind with your words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so good to see you all in the best of spirits, and why not? Well, Sahil has already explained that we have a very, very interesting lineup. So stay tuned, because in some time from now, I'm sure all your eyes will be glued to this big stage, because we have a lot of amazing personalities coming here and sharing the insights with you, sharing their journey. So definitely, we all are excited, but we need to have some energy here
We
early
need some
this
energy,
morning.
absolutely. And trust me, you guys are absolutely blessed to be here. A lot of people, they are still struggling to probably get the entry, and even the entries are closed as well. So I'm glad that you're all here, and there's so much to learn from all the speakers who will be on stage with us. So we are surely looking forward for the day. We'll be having our first session anytime soon. We'll be having our speakers, and we'll be introducing them on this very stage. Thank you so much, and just try to keep your phones either on silent or on vibration mode. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, and we'll be starting anytime soon. And welcome to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the grand third day of Startup Mahakumbh 2025. My name is Sahil Bajaj, and I'll be the host for the day, along with my co-host Mehak Dhawan in the house. I'm overjoyed to see so many bright faces. The past 2 days have been incredible of fresh ideas and brilliant insights that light up India's startup scene. So can we please have 3 cheers before we begin for Startup Mahakumbh 2025? Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. Yes, we'll keep up the same energy throughout the day. And it's time to introduce the high-spirited panelists on stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is about startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047 that we are talking. We launch into startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047. Our brilliant moderator, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDEM, will lead this deep dive. And we would like to thank Mr. Gupta for joining us here.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to meet our powerhouse panelists. So let me take a pleasure and invite them on stage. And definitely, I want all your claps as we invite them on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder of IVY Group. Thank you so much for igniting fresh ideas with your innovative spirit. We also have Mr. Naganand Doraswamy, managing partner and founder of Idea Spring Capital. Thank you so much for nurturing dreams and brilliant startups from the ground up. We also have Dr. Arvind Gupta, CEO of Digital India Foundation. Sir, your efforts in driving digital change are truly appreciated. And we also have Shri Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of Meti Startup Hub. Thank you for leading in passion and, of course, your vision.
Thank you, Mehak. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta again. Sanjeev ji, what a fresh morning and high-spirited panelist, as I can see already on the stage. We are surely looking forward for this panel discussion. Everyone, can we just make some noise? One more time. All right, let's begin the day. Let's begin the day.
Over to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you charged up in the morning today? Lovely. You have this high-spirit panelist, which is the investor also here sitting, the bureaucrats sitting here, the policy makers, the largest hub of the startups, incubators are sitting here on the panel. And we're looking at a question mark on what? The question mark on R&D-led innovations and entrepreneurship coming out from the country. Well, हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आज 1,25,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हमारे पास हैं इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं ताली बनती है इसके लिए अगर 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं और वो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं तो फिर हमारा जो देश है वो 1% जीडीपी आरएनडी पे क्यों टिका हुआ है जबकि यूएस जो है वो करीब 3% है और इजराइल जो है तकरीबन 5% आरएनडी पे काम करता है और उस आरएनडी बजट के बेसिस पे इतने बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट्स निकल के बाहर आते हैं जहां पर आपको लगता है कि अगर हमें कहीं से कुछ कॉपी करना है तो शायद हम वहाँ लेके चले जाएंगे और अगर ऐसा है तो कल एक जिक्र हो रहा था कि भारत का जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिस्टम डेवलप होगा 2047 में वो कैसा होगा एक वर्ड निकालना था तो एक पैनलिस्ट ने वहाँ बात छेड़ी और उसमें बोला गया कि भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम अरविंद जी ऐसा होगा जैसे ध्रुव तारा जो पूरे वर्ल्ड को दिशा दिखाएगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनोवेशन होता क्या है तो अगर ऐसा है ना होना है तो मुझे इनसे कुछ सवालात करने हैं और वो सवालात को जिस तरह से करने हैं कि बड़े शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प आंसर्स बट आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इफ रियली वी वांट टू मेक एन R&D led innovation and entrepreneurship in the country how do we do this तो my first question to Arvind ji is you हम देश सोच रहे हैं कि $10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हमारी पैदा होगी हमारे देश से उसमें अगर हम स्टार्टअप्स का योगदान देखें और हम देखें कि उसमें अकेला स्टार्टअप का योगदान नहीं बल्कि R&D led इनोवेशंस का योगदान कैसे होगा और क्या आप उसमें कितने पॉजिटिव हो कि वो होकर रहेगा
संजीव, थैंक यू। मैं इंग्लिश में बात करूंगा, हिंदी इंग्लिश, बिकॉज आई थिंक वी हैव द फुल भारत रिप्रेजेंटेड हेयर। देश के हर कोने से महाकुंभ में लोग आए हैं, और महाकुंभ का तात्पर्य यही होता है कि महाकुंभ, ये स्टार्टअप का महाकुंभ है। प्रयागराज में आपने देखा ही क्या हुआ है। देखिए, सबसे पहली थीम जो आपने पूछी R&D, इसका थोड़ा सा हमारा जो पैनल डिस्कशन जो टॉपिक लिखा था वो उल्टा होना चाहिए। R&D लेड innovation for Viksit Bharat 2047, not the startups other way around. In the value chain, R&D has to come first. But मैं इससे पहले I want to make a very important statement. I think there is a lot of noise and media around what is India doing in startups. See, we are doing everything. That's a very important thing. In India, we don't live in an or world. We live in an and world. And world means what? We do startups which are frugal, R&D, deep tech, innovation. We do startups, 9 years ago when we started Startup India, the Prime Minister launched it in 16 January 2016, we had 400 odd startups in India. आज भारत के अंदर 1,60,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हैं, 120 यूनिकॉर्न हैं, हर तरह के हैं। 5,000 उसमें डीप टेक भी हैं, R&D लेड भी हैं। IIT मद्रास चले जाएं तो आपको लगेगा सिर्फ R&D लेड है। भारत इतना बड़ा देश है कि हर कोने में एक कंट्री समा जाती है। तो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन। हमें सेलिब्रेट कंज्यूमर टेक को भी करना है, फिनटेक को भी करना है। फिनटेक में वी आर द लीडर। 57% ऑफ द ग्लोबल रियल टाइम पेमेंट्स हैपन इन इंडिया। वी आर द ओनली कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड where UPI, ONDC are being fronted by the global giants, whether it is Meta, Google, Amazon. They all use our technology. So why should we shy in saying that we are also innovation-led? We have to become more. We have to change gears. Honorable Minister ने भी ये बात कही। उनका क्या तात्पर्य था? What he wants to communicate is we should applaud ourselves. We have gained a lot of capital. We have gained a lot of skills, mentorship, and talent. And a lot of capital has been generated by the success of round 1. But in Startup 2.0, keep building on round 1, but also focus on round 2. And in round 2, you change gears. And here, deep tech, R&D-led startups also need to play an important role. The number from 4,000 should become 100,000.
Wow, excellent. Thank you, अरविंद जी। मुझे लगता है कि अगर 1 लाख डीप टेक टैलेंट, डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स पैदा होते हैं हमारे देश से, तो फिर तो ये टॉपिक डिस्कशन ही होगा। उसके बाद फिर तो ये होगा कि बताओ कि उसमें IPs की कितने निकल रहे हैं, उसका कमर्शलाइजेशन कितना हो रहा है। अब मदन गोपाल जी, इसमें आपका क्या विचार होगा कि $10 ट्रिलियन इसमें कितना निकल सकते हैं लोग? इन ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स में बताओ आप मुझे।
I think, Sandeep, if I can just go back one step and share, you asked me a very, very pertinent question. Why is that R&D spend so low in the country? I think it's low, but more than what startups can do, actually change of a little bit of a mindset from we are living in the world of instant gratification, right? I think instant success, instant growth is what probably driving a lot of young startups today. If I were to kind of look at saying, if the startups can look at little bit more deferred gratification, deferred success, and build for long term, that will drive them in the R&D-led, product-led innovation, which can actually change the way great companies come out of Indian startup ecosystem. I think we have to congratulate ourselves, in building a phenomenal width. 160,000 startups in the country is no less feat, but we have built amazing width. Now it's time to build depth, right? It's fundamentally strong, sustainable, product-led companies that are coming out of India. I think that is the change is to see every founder. I know I've interacted with founders in the last 5-7 years, and every founder has a product idea and a product dream, and they will do services for cash flow.
Got it.
Right? Over a period of time, what happens is the services business is the real they keep the distractor from the product-led business, right? They kind of keep this going and it grows, and sometimes they lose. They say, okay, इसको park कर देते हैं और हम services में focus करते हैं क्योंकि वो instant cash flow company को दे रहा है. That temptation is what I would urge the young founders and entrepreneurs to resist and stay in focus and invested in the product-led innovation and product-led R&D-led company. That will change the whole perspective. And that's where organizations like Meti Startup Hub comes in, where we are here to facilitate you with certain amount of patient capital, certain amount of support, mentoring support, ecosystem support. And that's where we are very keen. So don't take the eye off your product dream and the product idea for some short-term cash flow stay. That's where the change happens.
अगर हेडलाइन बनाना हो मुझे कल की न्यूज़ की, तो अरविंद जी और आपसे एक निवेदन है. 10% जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन आएगा 2030 में बाय दी स्टार्टअप्स इकोसिस्टम प्लेयर्स इन इंडिया 2030 में. अगर ऐसा है तो आप ये बताओ कि कितना ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स जो है वो R&D लेड इनोवेशंस आएगा. नंबर 2.
संजीव जी, आप जैसे मित्रों के कारण ऑलरेडी इंडिया इज एस्पायरिंग टू बी $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी.
करेक्ट.
$1 ट्रिलियन की डिजिटल इकोनॉमी आउट ऑफ द $5 ट्रिलियन.
करेक्ट.
उसके अंदर हमारा विजन होना चाहिए कि जब 10 ट्रिलियन के पहुँचे तो वो 10%, जो अभी हमारा 20% है, वो वैसे ही 25-30% हो जाए, तो हमारा $3 ट्रिलियन का टोटल डिजिटल इकोनॉमी हो. और उसके अंदर 1 ट्रिलियन क्यों नहीं डीप टेक स्टार्टअप से आने.
Lovely. Big hand applause for $1 trillion R&D led innovations ecosystem developing from the country as we go for a $10 trillion economy. एक क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे इसको, ठीक है? आपने बोला कुछ टेक के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. नागन जी और विक्रम जी, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. दिस इज क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. इज इफ द in last year, in 2023, roughly $5 billion has been raised by the deep tech startup players. Numbers could be 4.8 to 5 or 5.1. These are numbers which has been raised as a fund. What do you see that in coming years, which are the sectors, which are the areas where you will find the really innovation on R&D based product development is going to happen? Which are those fields, which are those sectors?
So first of all, thank you so much. I think जो एनर्जी मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ महाकुंभ में, it's mind boggling. And I've been visiting all these stalls and it's amazing to see the quality of startups. So big congratulations to the government. Arvind ji obviously is part of the organizing committee. I mean, he's behind this whole thing. So thank you so much, Arvind ji, for this thing. And I think big congratulations. So I think that's a big thing. Now, coming to your point, so broadly speaking, if you look at the emerging tech and the deep tech, very clearly we are seeing a few areas which are gaining huge traction. Now, space tech, defense tech, and of course AI, and now we are seeing semiconductors as a big area. Historically, India has not been very, as compared to US and China, who've been investing a lot of capital in these areas. India is very new in the game. But as Arvind ji rightly said, I mean, if you look at the inflection, which has happened over time, 400 startups in 2016, and we're talking about that number growing. And I personally believe next 10 years, minimum 500 unicorns will get added more. And I think but just a unicorn, if you look at the 180 odd unicorns today in the country, we're talking about a $385 billion valuation. If you purely look at the valuation metric. And look at the kind of value which is getting created exponentially. And I think a substantial part of that is going to come from deep tech and emerging tech areas. And space tech में आप देख ही रहे हैं जो हो रहा है, जो Indian startups now are able to do magic. We've seen Chandrayaan at such a low cost, and India has shown and demonstrated that innovation can happen at a much lower cost. So I think India is very uniquely positioned to not only innovate and show the examples to the world, but also innovate at a very low cost.
Correct.
I think which is very, very important.
Very nice. So deep tech में आप बात करो, space tech की, defense tech की, and etc. are the areas and sectors. Nagan.
Just want to add one perspective to that. See, in product innovation, there will be some startups where a lot more R&D is required, some products where R&D is not that deep. For example, if you look at Grow, Zerodha, Freshworks, they're all awesome product innovation startups, but the level of R&D might not be as deep. Whereas if you look at other startups that have come off late, whether you're looking at space tech or whatever, right? Skyroot, to name a few, where there is more R&D is required to bring a product to the market. I think there has to be a balance, right? You have a business innovation set of startups, which is very important. You need to continue to support it. You have product innovation startups that are not as deep tech, but you still need that. And you have very deep tech startups, because I want to be very careful in not getting carried away with deep tech, because getting exits in deep tech is very, very hard. Because the market in India has to develop, the talent has to develop, right? Because in my own mental model, I say B.Tech, you can do business innovation, M.Tech, you can do enterprise or product innovation, and then you get to PhD, you'll do deep tech. So lots need to happen for you to deliver on deep tech. So I think these are the three segments.
But Mr. Naganand, the business models, development, and creating those startups in ecosystem, we have been seeing the results, okay? $300 billion की अगर हमारी economy है,
And you'll
तो
keep
startup-
seeing
it's
that,
okay.
right? Because-
But the product nation अगर बनना है, तो we have to focus on our R&D.
No doubt. No, see, for example, I think Vikram can talk about it because he invests in both, whereas Idea Spring invests in only product innovation.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you require everything. As a fund, my complete thesis is only product innovation. But we cannot just leave with just saying,
Right.
forget everything else, just do this, right? I think there has to be a balance between
It's
the
an
three.
and world.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an and.
And,
A and D. Or computer scientist here, anybody in computer science? And
Many.
And some नहीं और भी होंगे ना, सब कोई कोडिंग वोडिंग नहीं करते हैं यहाँ पर सब लोग. And समझते हैं ना, and है ये. This is not a or world. So that's what
And
he's
the other
saying.
area, just to add, where I am optimistic is sciences, okay?
Right,
Because
yeah.
if you look at, in my own experience, in Fund 1, out of 16, only 2 were deep tech/science. In Fund 2, out of 17, 9 are deep tech or science.
Okay.
Right? And in Fund 2, we have invested in companies in enzymes, in proteins, in liver, in liquid biopsy. I think we are seeing a huge uptick in sciences. So I think in addition to deep tech, I think we should add science. But
Okay.
I think India will be killing in that space going
Very
forward.
nice. I think the science one has taken a very different one. We have a larger STEM graduates which comes out, so they're qualified engineers or graduates. Question two, coming back is, Digital India is looking at creating various missions, AI mission, quantum missions, etc. How do you see, Arvindji and Panirji, is that how can startup can align with these missions while doing or academic institutions also can align with this mission for an R&D and R&D-led innovations to the product development?
Again, thank you, Sanjeev. And as everybody said, I am going to repeat, government in India is providing three things. And we should be very, very clear on this to startups. Number one is patient capital. There is a 10,000 plus crore fund of funds, bless you, that has already invested in all the venture capitalists sitting here, right? Am I right in saying that? Not once, thrice in Vikram's, at least twice here in this. This is government putting its own money into all the things we are talking about. Two, the government is providing the marketplace. You can go to GEM, which is one of the sponsors. You can sell your products there. We buy a lot of defense, consumer, a lot of things from startups now. They get preferential. But third thing is what you asked, Sanjeevji. The third thing is, apart from all of this, the government is providing as much as enabling platforms. Okay? What, you talked about the AI mission, the quantum mission. What is this? This is R&D happening, industry, public partnership. UPI, ONDC, what is this? These are platforms. The AI mission also provides the Aravat cloud, which enables people students, entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs, not to burn 70% of their dollars that they have raised, their grant money or their venture capital money on just buying cloud services. You can buy good computing power, or not even buy, you will get as grants from the government. So the government provides all the basic foundational infrastructure for you, open data, part of the AI coach of AI mission. So data bhi hai aapke paas, computing power bhi hai, where you really spend your money on doing actual R&D and actual innovation and test beds are available for you, data sets are available to you, compute power is available to you. Sorry, my computer scientist part of me is talking now.
Punit quickly, any remarks?
Yeah, I think Arvind covered pretty much all of it. I think a couple of things to add. I think the most important part is the infrastructure network. I think, being part of MeitY also has a number of center of excellences across the country focusing on the different parts, IoT or product engineering, material science. I think, additive manufacturing, all of this is available in terms of center of excellences. There is infrastructure, there is equipments, and we also have an organization called STPI. We again have about almost 64 locations across the country with 24 center of excellences. So there is a huge amount of infrastructure support, knowledge support. As I said, the sandbox environment, be it RBI Innovation Hub, be it IRDA Innovation, there's huge support system in terms of sandbox environment, NPCI. All of them are available apart from the Center of Excellences, and of course, last but not the least, the funding. MSH MeitY Startup alone has funded out 100 startups in the country today. So we have probably a decent amount of portfolio that we are holding. So all of this is available. We need to kind of be focused to utilize in a structured manner. That's
So
the
can I
aspect.
understand that
Yeah.
missions which has been set up, center of excellence which has been set up across the country, and startups, you need to now reach out to these organizations and leverage the computing power, the funding, the grants, the other stuff which is mentorship available to see how you can do for R&D innovations. So I pass on this message to the larger audience that this is what you're trying to say. Okay. Nagaraj, you have been seeing the world, you've been traveling across the globe as well, obviously for raising fund, but also looking at the innovation which is happening around. We see that our Indian players, Indian developers, let's say assume we have great amount of product line, but the global competition is really becoming a tough field for us, right? So if a person is coming out for an R&D based innovation, what do you think that the global competition will be a challenge for him or her? Or a global competition can give him or an edge to do some scenario that if you can build up and clarify this dark cloud of global competition for an R&D product lines coming out.
So I think you'll always have competition, right? That is given when you're in startups, because otherwise it's very hard. But if you look at US and China, the kind of investment has gone over decades. It's not short term. It's been happening for ages, right? We are in the infancy in our journey in terms of deep tech, because we didn't have it in our DNA to do those things. So we started the journey. But signs are encouraging, but you should have the patience. This is a decades-long journey, right? It will take us another decade to get to where we have to get to. It is not going to happen overnight. Because in this case, deep domain knowledge, deep technical knowledge, and most importantly, deep capital investment is required. Right? So this problem is not an easy problem to solve. Let's all be very clear about it, but we have to solve it. As a country, we have to solve it, and we have to bring technologically advanced products to the market, startups to the market, and best position is the startups. In addition, one thing we also need to do is how can larger enterprises focus more on R&D labs? If you look at US, one of the key advantages they've had is not only universities, but large enterprises also focus a lot on R&D. And I think that's an area where India has to progress more. Because the translational research happens either through institutions or through large enterprises. And we need to focus on those and build those things. So be patient. It's a decade-long journey is all I'm going to say.
But this be patient is be patient for the investors as well? Vikram?
It is. I'll let Vikram take that question.
No, so definitely, so as venture capital investors, we have a cycle of typically 10 to plus 2 years, 12 years, right? When you're looking at R&D, you have to have a lot of patience, right? So there's a lot of patient capital that has to go in. So there are, obviously we invest in a lot in innovation, and we look for ideas which have hockey stick kind of a approach, where we know that initially the capital is going to go into innovating something new, and then over a period of time will create value. And I think, especially from IVCAP's perspective, from our fund's perspective, we actually collaborate a lot with IITs.
Right.
In fact, part of our fund goes back as endowment to the IITs. And we believe that that kind of patient capital is required. In fact, you need a lot more capital from the private side, actually going in as patient capital, in fact, even as grants. And if that can happen, so part of our carry, profit that we create, goes as grants to the IITs for creating this innovation at the ground level. I think if we do more and more such participation from the venture capital side, from the private investment side, I think a lot of innovation can happen on that side as well.
So the request.
If I can add one thing that is another thing that's very important for the deep tech is buyers.
Yeah.
Okay. Because when you do the deep tech products in India, it's very, very hard to go sell it outside.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the money, you don't have the capacity, and these are hard products to sell, unlike software where you can sit here and deploy. Because you need on-ground presence to sell these products. So unless and until the Indian ecosystem is developed to buy these products, for example, aka defense, defense is going to play a very, very key role, in my opinion, as to how Indian deep tech ecosystem will evolve, because those are the biggest buyers, and without a buyer, there is no ecosystem.
Correct. So one thing I want to let you know is, from the Patience Capital, not only IITs, there are hundreds and thousands of institutions across India which are looking forward for investors like you to come for investments into an R&D. So my humble request from you and to the larger investor community is, please think about the Bharat version of R&D which is coming out. Don't yourself limit to only IITs. There are many other institutions across the country which are deserving one. Please look at them as well. So this is a larger message that I want to give. Hold on, before that, Naganda, you talked about the government may be a customer. The defense can be a customer, right? And there are initiatives which has been done by the central government, Preferential Market Access Program. State governments are doing a similar exercise here. But Arvindji, Digital India Foundation can actually take a small mission where if a deep tech R&D-led innovation coming up, the first customer will be the government.
See, two things. As long as there is good quality and there is a need, startups get a preferential treatment. I'm again saying this from this forum. Startups get a preferential treatment. This is the change in mindset that has happened with Startup India. Government of India is not going to create the next deep tech startups or defense. We will enable them. Right? So let me say this to all the entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs present here. If you have a good product that solves for national security, defense, government, the government of India is your first and most eager buyer.
Very good, very good. And I can assure you that not only the government of India, but the state governments are also looking forward to give you an opportunity. But quickly one, otherwise time is short.
Yeah, I think we at MeitY already have started procuring from our startups because we put our money where our mouth is. So that's something that's already started to happen, and we also glad to say the MeitY Demo Day will be a regular phenomena for the government buyers to buy from them.
If I can quickly add, IDEX and BIRAC are a boon to founders and startups.
Absolutely.
I think we should have more of those. Is really, really helpful.
Great initiatives of those kind,
And even the state governments like Odisha is actually investing now.
Like Karnataka also.
Like Karnataka as well, of course.
Okay, having said this, one very 10-second answer, okay? Naganan, to you. If you had to suggest one moonshot policy reform for initiative to supercharge startups in R&D, what will be that one policy reform you'll say?
Policy to make India a technological nation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Clap karte raho bhai. Okay, Arvindji, if you had to, no, I will come back to you later. Let me see to Vikram. One bold action or initiative you believe will propel India's startup ecosystem forward by 2047. One bold step.
I think major reforms in taxation policies for startups is required. I think that will boost substantially. Already government is doing a lot, I must say. I must compliment. But I think some major boost is required on that side.
Okay. Manojji, what is the one advice you would like to give a startups to look at you're a meaty startup hub, right? One advice for them to say, innovation and R&D is the right place. Why?
It's not a suggestion, it's only probably a wish. I think we should build for Bharat. I think we have 1.4 billion minds to innovate, and we also have 1.4 billion problems to solve. I think that the whole idea of building for Bharat, the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities focus is something really, really critical for us, because that's where the real opportunity lies. I think that's where startups should really focus.
Arvindji, last question to you. If 2047 Viksit Bharat supposed to be described, कैसा होगा? तो from an R&D-led innovations की point of view से वो कैसा होगा?
There is no if, first of all. There is no if in that. Bharat is on a mission to be Viksit Bharat 2047, a global guru that we have always asked ourselves to be. And देखिए 5 साल, 10 साल आज की दुनिया में AI 2-3 साल से पहले किसी ने एआई का नाम नहीं सुना था, आज एआई मेन स्ट्रीम हो गया है. जब आवर विजन शुड बी कि वी शुड बी अ नेशन विच इज बिल्डिंग ऑन आवर विरासत but also Viksit Bharat, and we have a huge heritage of doing research, innovation. It's our cultural DNA, and when we reach there, to your mission, that we should be, 30%, 25% R&D led society and a culture of that. We shouldn't be discussing this in 2047.
Lovely. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, panelists. But do I have a 1 minute to add upon?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. एक क्वेश्चन लूंगा मैं ऑडियंस से. Only one question.
Yes.
Okay. So, and the moderator is not a choice, but the facilitator has a choice to pick up the person.
Sir,
You have a choice to pick up.
I have a
anyone.
choice?
Yeah. Pick up.
Okay, that's a very you have put me in a very difficult situation. But okay, I'll go with you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance. Like I would like to develop a platform just like Civil for B2B business solution. But like I have already.
We can't hear you.
I would like to develop.
Question short, 30 seconds.
सर मुझे एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म डेवलप करना है जो B2B में क्रेडिट्स डिले होते हैं या नहीं पैसे आते हैं तो उसको सॉर्ट आउट कर सके. मेरे पास बिजनेस आइडिया रेडी है पर मुझे कोई टेक्नोलॉजिकल पर्सन नहीं मिल रहा है जिसके द्वारा मैं उसको सॉल्व कर सकूँ.
मीटी स्टार्टअप हब में पहुंच जाइए, आपको सारे आंसर्स मिल जाएंगे.
हाँ, तो मुझे उनके पास पहुंचने के लिए.
आई गॉट एन आंसर, यू गॉट एन आंसर. मीटी स्टार्टअप पहुंच जाइए.
Perfect, sir.
Anyone?
मुझे लगता है कि participation काफी ज़्यादा है.
There's a lady here.
Yeah.
Hi, Manish Panchal here. Very simple. In fact, yesterday I had some discussions with your team also. Do we have, say, Google, Amazon to theek hai flip, but Google and Meta types something from India because China is able to. I think it's high time we need to have our own stuff. So we are all depending on Androids and stuff like that, iOS.
Arunji, quickly.
Number one, India is a democracy, China is not. I never compare India with China. We have a product, we have bigger than China, by the way. Okay, and we don't somehow in our own common sense recognize it. UPI does 57% of the global payments every day. 57 is much higher than the rest of the world. So we are higher than China any day.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We can't take any more questions. Over to our moderator. Okay, last question. Fine.
Hi, just one question that I had. This is for Madan Gopal sir. Will AI innovation in India follow the sandboxing framework that we have seen in fintech?
Will AI mission have a sandboxes to,
And will AI innovation in India have a sandboxing framework that we have seen in the financial sector?
Yeah, sure. Definitely.
That is. Okay, thank you so much, audience, and thank you so much, panelists, for your views. I want to say thanks to my research team who has given me these questions to frame up.
Big thanks.
So, Chetan and Vakya, thank you so much for helping me out.
Big thanks to all our panelists, high-spirited panelists, for sharing their wisdom. Please give them a big hand. And Sanjeev ji, I want you to felicitate all our speakers on stage with us. I request our team to please join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for all our panelists and of course our moderator. What an enriching panel discussion it was.
So once again, a big thank you to Mr. Vikram Gupta, Mr. Naganand Doraswamy, Dr. Arvind Gupta, and Shri Paneer Selvam Madan Gopal. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to please take your seats. Photographers can come when the photo opportunity is happening. Rest, the audience can please be seated. Please settle down, everyone. Nobody is supposed to come near the stage. I'll request all my audience to please be seated.
We request everyone to please be seated. We request everyone to please be seated. Everyone to please be seated. Sanjeev ji, thank you so much for a fantastic moderation. What a great start. What a great start. What a great start.
All right. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next panel discussion for the day. So get set ready for another enriching session. But I want to hear a loud yes. Are we ready for the next panel discussion? All right.
Okay, we can give a big yes to the lady, everyone. Are we all
Let's
set
hear
for the
it
next
out.
session? Keep up the same energy. All right, so we are just gearing up for the next session. Let's just give them some more time. Probably, I think we are ready with the chairs. So we have to make sure that we have equal amount of chairs.
And of course, once again, we give the gentle reminder to all our audience to be seated. Please do not come near the stage because once you're seated, it's, I think, more visible view of the stage and you can hear
We
all the
absolutely
panel.
understand, as we know that we have a lot of influential speakers joining us for today. To maintain the decorum of the event, we request you to please make sure that we have to ensure a smooth exit for all the speakers. So probably joining us in the front to talk to them won't be possible. So I request you guys, you can, if you could meet and greet them outside the event area, that would be really appreciable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, Mehak.
Yes.
We are all set. Start
We're all
Mahakumbh.
set.
Those are
Absolutely.
purchased.
Day 3.
Day 3, and we are done with our first session, and we are absolutely set for the next session.
Definitely, Sahil. So I am not going to make everyone wait for a long time. So ladies and gentlemen, get set ready for the next topic. It is India's gaming opportunity, unlocking $60 billion market size, $26 billion IPO liquidity, and 2 million jobs for India. Well, for this session, we have a moderator, and I would like to take a pleasure and invite her on stage. She is Soumya Singh Rathod, co-founder, Winzo Games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up and call our moderator on stage.
Give it up for Soumya Singh. Hi, Soumya. Happy to have you at Startup Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to you, Soumya. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's have our panelists for this panel discussion. I want everyone to please keep it up, put your hands together as we have Saloni Sehgal, founder and managing partner, Lumikai. Let's give it up, everyone. Come on, let's hear some noise. Let's call our next panelist on stage. We have Pawan Nanda, co-founder, Winzo Games.
Soumya, we are truly looking forward for this panel discussion, and we would like you to take over now. Thank you.
Over to you.
Namaste. Namaste and good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to everybody for joining this session, and especially excited to meet Saloni and Pawan for this session. Truly look forward to your leadership, Saloni. A lot of entrepreneurs seek your first check. One of the most loved funds of the country in gaming as an ecosystem. And congratulations, Pawan, for co-building this beautiful brand called Winzo.
Congratulations to you too, Soumya.
Looking forward to this conversation. Saloni, I'll start with you to deconstruct these numbers that we are talking about. 60 billion opportunity, 26 billion worth of IPOs ready to be, unlock the investor value. And of course, 2 million opportunity jobs created for young people in this country. Could you help us understand what are these numbers really about?
Sure. Thank you so much, Soumya. You guys have built such a tremendous brand, and you've kind of been stewards of the ecosystem. So it's such a pleasure to be here, chatting with both of you. India's gaming opportunity has now been much talked about, especially in the last 3 years, right? And if we were to look just at what the opportunity is today, leave aside what it is going to be in the future, but today, gaming has a $3.8 billion revenue pool. It is twice as big as Bollywood, and it is also bigger than cricket revenues. That is something that most people aren't unable to grapple their minds around, because an industry which is so new has taken on very, very entrenched religions, which is Bollywood and cricket for us as Indians. India has become the second largest mobile gaming market in the world. an average Indian spends anywhere between 10 to 13 hours a week playing games and spending it on entertainment. An average Indian consumes about 30 gigabytes of data a month. And the most interesting part of it is that the biggest beneficiaries of that have been video content and gaming. And I think what has been much talked about is that this is not just it's become an entertainment pastime, but it's also, we're seeing it as an industry where jobs are being created, where esports is emerging. Esports is now a medal sport. We're seeing professional athletes. We're seeing this influencer economy arise around it. And this is one of the fastest growing sectors in the country. It's growing at 20% year-on-year compounded growth rate. We're also seeing massive monetization which is taking place, which was often at least as an investor, there was always a thought of contention about whether this industry is going to monetize. And I think what most people somehow miss about this industry is that gaming is often at the vanguard of innovation, right? If you were to think about how gaming impacts other industries, right? It is a largest adopter of STEM, right? If you want to see what tech will look like 10 years from now, you see what's happening in gaming today. Today, VR is being used for training medical residents in Johns Hopkins University for spinal reconstruction. We're seeing engines like Unreal power Hong Kong airport to simulate passenger footfalls. We're seeing game mechanics being used to build very engaging customer experiences, consumer experiences. So if you were to now apply this industry to a wider use case, you start to see how that $60 billion of actually value starts to become possible, and how much value creation can it be, not just in gaming as a sector alone, but what it means for animation VFX, what it means for the film and media industry, what it means for other ancillary industries which are more interactive in nature. And that is the power of this sector.
Thank you, Saloni. Those are some really powerful thoughts. In fact, you touched upon Johns Hopkins, and I'd like to share with the audience and you that today we are also celebrating one of the winners of Startup Maharati Grand Challenge. And the winner is actually building a game through AR, VR systems, deploying it in training of nurses without actually physical facility involved. And we felt that it was a very powerful deployment of gaming in healthcare. I'd like to touch upon the role of India's consumption is very well known. We have become the world's capital in content consumption, whether it's gaming or whether it's creator economy. However, I wanted to touch upon the topic, and it is a thought we are carrying forward from the last session, the Google of East. Can there be a large gaming company coming out of India that can rule the global ecosystem and become a company which is as big as a Google today?
Absolutely, and I think that's part of your mission, right? And the way you guys have built the business, right? You guys started with getting organic distribution. You guys started with leveraging micro communities, local influencers. You're also spending a lot of time with young developers, bringing them and onboarding them without the kind of, I'd say kind of pricing that, let's say, some of the larger tech platforms in India have adopted. So absolutely, right? I think what is the missing link is been how does this, whether it's you guys or whether it's other indigenous companies from the ecosystem, how do they become larger, right? How do you get to even further scale to take on those big tech giants? And that it's absolutely right. India is not a China, right? We build, and especially our companies have to build competing with big tech. So you're a hamster on a treadmill because you're always competing with the Goliath in the room. So you're much more capital efficient, you are much more persistent, you're much more tenacious, simply because you are up against a much larger incumbent, and you have to take that on a daily basis. And founders like yourselves have been doing it for the last 6, 7, 8 years, and that level of resilience that an Indian founder has is completely unprecedented. It's not present in any other country of the world because we are not a walled garden. We have had to build domestic companies unlike that of China, right? Where they were insulated from global best. Our users are very clear about what global best looks like, and hence to get their loyalty is even a harder challenge, which companies like you solve for. So absolutely. Is there a possibility? I don't think it's a time of, you guys are already there, but it's not a time of if it's going to happen. It's just how do you get to the next stage?
Great, thank you, Saloni. And Pawan, coming to you, given that Saloni is very sure that there'll be companies coming out of India that will rule the world of gaming, technology, consumer tech, IP on the global stage. And given that Winzo had last year launched in Brazil, 250 million users coming from India and Brazil now, how are you thinking of role of India gaming on the world map, and especially role of export? Do you look at role models globally that would have done this and would have become one of the largest contributors of the local economy by playing an important role of export on the global stage?
Absolutely. Thank you, Soumya, for that question. We are living in very interesting times. I think trade tariffs, the prowess, the strength of exports of any country right now is on an, is been witnessed, has been washed out across the world. And interestingly, games, while being, of course, leading the charter on the entertainment side, like Saloni mentioned, games is now bigger, 2x bigger than Bollywood, bigger than cricket. That's the entertainment value. But let's not mistake this to be just an entertainment sector. It's a sector that knows no borders. Look at the startup ecosystem. 99% of the startups are actually, are tech-enabled, more on the side where, people operating in the form of applying technology on the top of operations, applying brick and mortar, much harder to export. But look at games. Games knows no boundaries, no borders. And you all can right now open your Play Store or App Store. Of the top 10 games that you will see, probably 7 or 8 are not even made in India, because these are international players who are coming in our turf. But there is nobody stopping us as Indian gaming entrepreneurs to actually take on them in their turfs. What will be required is, of course, top quality content. The bar is high. The bar of success is really high. But then it's a mixture of technology and art. Gaming is about technology and art. And I think the rich cultural heritage, the soft power in terms of the art that India produces is second to none. Talking about technology, I don't even want to go there. I think the number of engineers that India produces is probably higher than the rest of the other world combined, right? So that's the tech prowess that India has. So can we not have that bar where we are able to generate gaming content that can not just compete but beat Global West, the top gaming titles in the world? I think if we are able to do that, then there is absolutely no reason why not just we'll be able to claim our home turf where the top 10 games that you will see on your Play Store or App Store will be made in India, but all over the world, 90% of the top 10 app stores could be actually made in India games, right? And we have examples of that. And for example, you look at countries like Turkey, Finland, Israel, really tiny countries with extremely low global domestic game consumption. But they are fully reliant on exports. In these countries, 90% of their gaming revenues is actually coming in from exports. Israel, you take companies like Playtika, Moon Active, you take Turkey, companies like Dream Games, Finland, of course, we have all played games of Supercell or Rovio. 2 to 3% of their GDP contribution is actually coming in from games. And in India, we have already started seeing those footprints, right? If you see companies like Moonfrog, Play Simple, I think Gameberry, there are already companies which are already securing upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars in revenues, all coming in from international markets, all in the form of exports. And it's only going to be, increase from here on. We at Winzo are extremely big believers of that, and that is why we have launched in Brazil and already amassed upwards of 5 million users in the last 12 months. But I'm very sure as the global gaming playbook is going to get sorted, there'll be more and more companies and there'll be a lot more export coming from gaming for India.
Thank you, Pawan. Given Saloni export is a very important topic and you have such a rich expertise having spent time in Europe yourself, especially understanding the gaming ecosystem, we'd like to understand, what worked for very, very small domestic demand-based countries such as Finland, Israel, Turkey, and how did they actually end up becoming great exporters of games, to the extent that some of the biggest taxpayers of the country are gaming companies.
And that's a model for us that when we launched Lumikai, that was a playbook that we wanted to see. Today, global gaming is an industry which is bigger than music, it's bigger than movies, it's bigger than sports media, it's bigger than television media rights, right? And there are a handful of countries which have essentially contributed to that. You've had countries which are obviously the smaller markets like Finland, Turkey, Israel, but there have also been giants like the China market and the Korean players and the Japanese players. And there have been certain playbooks that all these countries have seen. The first has been very rich engineering talent, right? That is something that deeply applies to us. The second has been the fact of there have always been technology companies which essentially led to offshoot resulting in gaming companies being set up. In the case of China, it was Kingsoft Interactive. In the case of Finland, it was Nokia. In the case of UK, it was a lot of the original IT companies which eventually ended up leading to gaming developers being set up. Another major aspect was obviously on-ground government support, whether it was in the form of R&D benefits, in the form of grants, whether it was in the form of enabling game development and recognizing that game development has actually a lot of ancillary use cases in just tech, and how game development can actually really push the boundaries of tech. It was a recognition of that. And the last, I think, was the fact that these countries were English speaking. So especially in the European markets, they were able to kind of plug into the Western markets very, very quickly. Of course, gaming, as Pawan says, is actually, it transcends boundaries, right? You will, whether it's a game being played in Japan, it can be translated to the rest of the world. Whether it's been a game built in Korea, it can be translated to the rest of the world. And we see that with, Battlegrounds Mobile India now being very popular. However, I think the bigger unlocks for us as a market, which is a little bit distinct, is the fact that we have a very large domestic appetite, right? And if we look at entertainment in India, we already have I'd say, playbook. Pre-1990s, all of us in the room, we probably knew there was Doordarshan, right? It was state-owned television. We were consuming state-owned content. Satellite happened. Star came, we started seeing a lot of American content, right? We probably grew up watching Beverly Hills and all of those kind of shows. It took about 5, 6, 7 years for domestic production houses to emerge. Balaji came, Z came, SL came, and we started building mass market content. Circling now to, let's say, 2024, for every Patal Lok and Family Man, we have a Game of Thrones and a Queen's Gambit. For every Marvel and Avengers, we also have our domestic films that we watch, right? We have a Bahubali for that. Now, is that something that will happen for gaming? 100%, right? India hasn't exported our culture with respect to gaming. We have taken our storytelling far and wide with films, with media, with our celebrities and film stars becoming, very, very loved across the world. That unlock has yet to happen in gaming simply because the industry is very young. It has been hamstrung for capital, particularly risk capital, and that as a fund, as Lumikai, we come in super early, we back gaming companies, and we're looking for companies not just building original IP for the global markets, but also for the India market. That's a big unlock that has had to happen, right? Because there is plenty of supply. And we, as a fund, at any given point of time, track about 200 to 300 product managers, technical leads, PMs across some of the large games media companies. And if they think about building, we want to be their first port of call. So unlocking entrepreneurship and unlocking that entrepreneurial talent is going to be very key for us to be able to not just export content, but also build for a domestic industry, which is very deeply important, right? Because our domestic market is large enough to sustain outcomes. we have seen that with the likes of, you guys have built tremendous amount of scale in India, but, we also back a company called Iloilo, which is India's largest social entertainment platform. It has 100 million users, 2 million daily active users. They run about 100,000 live streams a day of just interactive live streamed content for tier 2, tier 3 Indians, where we're building game formats which are very creator-led, right? This is a company which did not exist 3 years back. It exists today at tremendous scale. So are these stories which are going to be exported to the world? 100%, right? But we have to understand that it takes time. The other ecosystems have maybe 2 decades, 3 decades of expertise to count on. We're a very young ecosystem. So it will take time, it will take patience, but that unlock is already starting to happen.
Thank you, Saloni. Very powerful thoughts indeed. So role of gaming in Viksit Bharat, while we understand that our fundamentals are lining, especially in the domestic market, engineering talent, it is believed that the strongest fundamental is consumption, but I'm sure that there's a lot more going on in the gaming ecosystem in India for it to become one of the most pertinent markets where all the global giants are looking at India gaming ecosystem very, very seriously. What are some of the most important fundamentals outside the consumption that is driven by the billion-plus population that we have?
So I think there are a couple of things that we hear from foreign investors, right? If you were to look at just what's happening in gaming media globally, right? The Western markets are increasingly getting saturated. Global gaming is growing at single digit, 2 to 3% in the global markets. Contrast that with India, we're growing at 20% year-on-year growth. So if you compound that and extrapolate that, it is a very, very large contributor now as well as going forward in the future. So if you're a large strategic or a large financial investor, and if you're looking at yield today, India is a strategic imperative for you. If you want to see where the next billion users are going to come from in the world, it is going to come from a market like India. But more importantly, I think if we were to break what that looks like from a foreign investor's lens, what are you looking at? You're looking at growth, you're looking at monetization, you're looking at technology innovation, you're looking at capital market liquidity, you're looking at just depth of the entrepreneurial economy. Is this a market which is large enough to sustain? All of those raw materials exist in India at this point of time. It is now our opportunity to lose, frankly. And that is something that we constantly tell founders, is that have bigger, bolder missions and ambitions. No longer are you need to be beholden to what the West builds. I think there's another big trend that we have noticed, especially with not just founders but consumers as well, is there is increasing digital decolonization. This is a term that we use internally, right? Indians are no longer ashamed of their national identities, right? We are embracing our regional identities, our local culture, our language. You have creators who are, becoming very large, very popular, speaking in their native languages. And there is a nation pride. There is also a confidence of whether it's a bold ambition where you can, you're no longer building the Uber of India, you're actually building the Windsor of India, right? And that is a major mindset shift which has happened. And I think that is something that now foreign investors are looking at and saying, hey, this is a bold founder, bold Indian founder that we have not seen before. And also if you look at, let's say, the startup ecosystem, for the first 10 years, we had to build the infrastructure stack, right? We had to do e-commerce, we had to do travel, we had to do shopping, we had to do fintech, payments, we had to solve all of that before we could get to entertainment, right? And now we're at that point where we are now saying, hey, how do we now use entertainment as soft power? And I think we're right about that time.
Thank you, Saloni. Pawan, my last question to you. There's so many ingredients that Saloni has listed are just aligning. Great opportunity. World is there for us to win. However, she mentioned that access to capital for founders is essential. The role of a leader in the gaming ecosystem is also to return capital, so that a lot more investors are looking at the ecosystem seriously as an opportunity that can create meaningful exits. How are you looking at the 26 billion IPO number that our session talks about? What is the role of the companies which are ahead in the cycle with already products in the market? How can they unlock the value that the investors have already put into the ecosystem, which is at the tune of 2.7 billion invested just between 2020 till now, and a total of 3.2 billion?
So, like you rightly said, let's just talk in a bit of numbers, right? Total $3 billion of capital raised. Majority of this capital is coming from foreign institutions. Majority of these foreign institutions are common investor capital pool, which fuel the entire startup ecosystem. There are about 5 companies which are at the cusp of, you can say, have gained unicorn status, which are at the cusp of going public. Cumulative valuation of these 5 companies is about $20 billion. We already have a marker in the IPO market, which is Nazara. Nazara is special because of 2 reasons. One, it claims dominates the highest P by E multiple by any gaming company across the world. In FY22, it was at 250. In FY24, it was at 150, still the highest. Why the P by E multiple is highest for Nazara? Of course, kudos to the team and their very well-diversified portfolio. They have all kinds of business models in it, which gives a true reflection of the Indian gaming ecosystem as well. And over and above that, it is the promising India growth story, right? Like Saloni mentioned, every investor is now taking note of the India growth story and want an exposure there. And if you look at these kind of P by E multiples, the $3.5 billion worth of market today will lead to these companies going public, generating about $26 billion of IPO value today if they go public today. And all these companies are growing in the top line, are profitable, rich, healthy, IPO-ready companies ready to be flagged off. And as the industry grows 3x from here to about $9.1 billion by 2029-2030, this investor value will also swell to about $60 billion, right? And that kind of investor value, when get created, will only be plowed back into the Indian startup ecosystem. So it's a strong flywheel. The investors will get their money back, they redeploy more their capital in other startup ecosystem, and of course more gaming companies. All these gaming companies will generate massive gaming mafias that will, of course, lead to generation of another 500 gaming companies. All these core team members, founders will again come back into the market. And that is the flywheel that we're talking about. Another thing that I want to mention is we talked about being bold Indian entrepreneurs. The way I look at the Indian gaming entrepreneurs is, I'm not an Indian gaming entrepreneur. I'm a gaming entrepreneur from India. And I'm ready to take on the Indian market, and I'm ready to take on the world market.
That's very exciting. Saloni, just because as entrepreneurs we spend a lot of time, speaking to our incoming investors on the exit clause. How real do you think is Pawan's vision on IPOs of the companies which are mature and taking on and becoming a global benchmark like Nazara, and unlock of FDI, which is now in these companies already invested? And what do you think it means for the future of gaming entrepreneurs who are now building today?
I think that's a question that, as an investor, you spend a lot of time thinking about, right? Is exit, and it's essentially liquidity, which essentially will, and you work backwards from it to think about how, I guess, investable a sector is, because that's what determines an investment decision, right? I think fundamentally, the biggest macro indicator is 50% of India's population is under 25. 5 years before, they were not in the workforce. Today they are. And if you see the reflection of those decisions, it is now showing up in the kind of companies that are being listed, right? Now, a young stock investor saying that, hey, I want to see stocks and in the India Internet Index is a great indication of that, is to say, hey, I want to see stocks which I resonate with in my daily life. So I want to see a Zomato, I want to see a Policy Bazaar, I want to see a Lenskart, which are brands that I interface with on a daily basis. That is similarly why a Nazara is so well loved, simply because the younger stock and retail investor is saying, hey, I recognize this company, right? But it's not just that. Interactive media and gaming is fundamentally a very liquid asset class. And we did this study and in India has already delivered exits to early stage investors. Over the course of the last 7 years, early stage investors in gaming alone have made a 100x return. It is not a well-known fact, but it is actually one of the most profitable liquid sectors in the market, which has actually given investor exits. Also, this sector is very acquisitive in nature. So if you were to trace data for the global markets going back even a decade, 93% of exits in this sector happen via M&A. This is because there are large global strategics who are very cash rich, who have recognized it is easier to buy rather than build. Because every 2 years in this industry, there is a new market, there is a new product, there is a new platform, there is a new demographic. It is not possible for the larger players to build that fast and be that agile, as a result of which these companies are always on the lookout for new, innovative, young companies, right? As a fund, we actually have a lot of large strategics in our cap table. We are backed by some of the world's largest media and gaming companies from Japan, from South Korea, from the US and Europe. And all of them have very different acquisition thresholds. Some tell us, hey, we want to see companies at $500 million to $1 billion of scale. Some say, hey, show us assets at $1 billion to $5 billion of scale. That is all liquidity value which is left to be unlocked. So as a young entrepreneur and as investors, there is tremendous value creation on the table. And as an investor, I know that the next 10 years are going to look very different from the last 10 years.
Thank you, Saloni. And thank you for the organizers. We can take any questions if the time permits. Pawan, but just as we always have a conversation with Saloni, we come very inspired. I'm hoping that we take the thread from here, talk about acquisitions that can happen in the sector too, and create how Tata created a Jaguar story. We create another story of how Windsor can be present on a global stage through different channels outside IPO as well.
I think he wants to have a question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for such an enriching panel discussion. Thank you to our moderator and our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much. Well, we have a special dignitary joining us on stage for the felicitation. Sahil, let's have you on stage and call the dignitary to felicitate.
Yes. Soumya, thank you so much for moderating the session for us. And thank you, Saloni. Thank you, Pawan, for joining us here. I request Sri Sanjeev ji, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, to please join us on stage to felicitate our speakers.
Thank you so much for doing such a wonderful moderation. And obviously, thank you to our speakers.
Such an insightful session we just had. Totally gearing up for the next one.
Yes, I can already see people in the best of spirits.
Best of spirit.
Looking forward for some more information.
Houseful spirit, I would say. I can see room full of people. We request everyone to please come together for a group picture.
And while the group picture is taking place, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, next topic is again something to look forward and something absolutely not to be missed. And let's know what is the topic.
Yes, we are all set to bring the next session.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for the panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to explore becoming Vishwa Guru, an innovation hack. That's going to be our next session topic. our insightful moderator, Mr. Suresh Narasimha, co-founder of Co-Create Ventures, is here to lead us through this journey. I would like to thank Mr. Narasimha for being our guiding light. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome our stellar panelist. I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. T.G. Sitharam, Chairman AICTE. Your dedication to education and industry growth is truly inspiring.
And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's call our next speaker, our next panelist, Shri Paneer Selvam Madan Gopal, CEO of Meti Startup. Thank you for your continuous vision and support that is truly making a difference.
Mr. Madan Gopal, thank you for joining us back again. Good to have you back again. I think people, it's not enough. Like, we would like to hear more from you, more insights from you.
I hope that's the way it is.
Absolutely.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
sir. Looking forward for some more informative session from you. Over to our moderator.
Over to Sureshji.
Okay, talk of the town for last 3 days has been what's the innovation edge India has, right? So all of us are following up on Twitter, all the discussions and all the excitement, all the debates that are happening around ability of India to innovate. And this is the, this is the topic that we had decided a lot before the controversy got started. So I think we'll do justice to why we believe India can be India is a great opportunity. Before starting, let me ask you questions, right? So how many of you think India generates around 10,000 very interesting deep tech ideas in a year? How many of you think India generates 10,000 interesting deep tech ideas in a year? How many of you think India generates 1,000 ideas? How many of you think India generates 1 lakh ideas? And how many of you think that India generates roughly 5 lakh ideas? Okay, that's what I wanted to talk to, right? So India has 10,000 industry innovation councils, right? So, Professor is going to talk about it. I don't want to do that. India has around 2,000 incubators, including private and public incubators put together, right? Which are, most of them are housed inside the colleges. You go and talk to any incubator, how many ideas that he listens to, he will say at least 100, 200 from his own college each year. Right? Go and talk to any investor, how many applications that we get at least, in fact, NSR Cell was telling they will get around 10,000 applications each year. Any investor will get between 2,000 to 3,000 deep tech ideas, right? So as a deep tech investor, that's the number of ideas that we get, right? So India has a tremendous scale, and the people who are behind this scale are my panelists, right? That's how I wanted to introduce you. I was very, very particular about this particular session because I think we need to talk about the inputs, right? What's generating so many ideas in this country? We only look at the impact, we only look at the unicorns, which may or may not be there, but there is tremendous effort, tremendous activity that is going on the ground, and that's what these people bring into the table, and I wanted to hear from you, right? Without taking much time from them, let me start asking Professor to talk about what's happening in the country in terms of innovation, scale, and what's happening both in the country and more importantly beyond IITs. I would want to talk to you, sir.
Thank you. So very good morning to every one of you. We just heard a session where very confident young India has arrived. We could see that very clearly, 3 of them speaking very confidently. We are from India. They're very confident to say that. We are from India. Our ideas are there. So if you now go back to the institutions which actually fosters the innovation. I come from an institution called All India Council for Technical Education. I don't know how many of you are engineers here. So quite a large number. So all of you know what is AICTE. It's a regulator. So today we have close to about 14,000 institutions under us, and 14,000 plus institute innovation councils have been established. Quite a large number of them are quite active. Okay? Close to about more than 7,000 startups have emanated from these institutions. which are ourselves so far calling them as second and third grade engineering colleges. But believe me, I keep traveling almost every alternate day to one of the institutions across India. There is a lot of positive vibrations among these institutions. There are a lot of talent, among these young people who are coming from rural part of India, who does not hesitate to talk in their mother tongue, in their languages, and also innovate. And today at AICTE, we have Ministry of Education's Innovation Council. We organize many programs, hackathons, I think many of you know. One couple of them I will tell, maybe I will take up other things in a question, because we can talk about the initiatives of All India Council for Technical Education for almost a whole day. Smart India Hackathon is one of the largest open innovation hackathon happens in the world. Very organized hackathon. 51,000 team has participated in 2024. Okay, 51,000 teams. Okay, and 300,000 students have participated across India. It's like a festival, ladies and gentlemen, believe me. It's amazing to see, both in the software version of the hackathon, which goes on 36 hours non-stop, and hardware hackathon happens 5 days non-stop. The energy at midnight of those sessions is mind-boggling. See, forget about solving problems. You should see what do they do there. For me, we are already a little bit out of the range of the young people, young nation of India. So for me, it was such a surprise to see, because such an energizing young people are there, what a lot of ideas. And also they work in teams. So there is our initiatives at AICTE, we encourage people to do self-learning, collaborative learning, experiential learning through this, and create product. Our goal is to make India as a product development nation. So I will talk about the new initiative which we have started at AICTE, because large number of Smart India Hackathon winners, what they do is at the end of their the course program, whatever they're doing, whether it be Tech or BE or BB or BCA, whatever they're doing, once they get a job or a placement, they'll run away, leaving their idea. So we have created a new fellowship for such young people who want to pursue their innovation to the next level, called Productization Fellowship. You might not have heard the terminology itself. The first time we have coined it for you. We will actually pay your salary for a full year to continue your ideas to take it to the next level. If you are about successfully, up to 70%, if you continue to do that in the year 1, we will also extend this for year 2. And it is also given for group of 4 members. You can align with some incubator or at an institution. So these are the things that are happening at AICTE. Through these very large programs are available. We also run a program, I would like to tell you, MBA and PG diploma in the area of IEV, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Funds. This program it's not 30% is only classroom sessions. 70% you will be doing things. But end of 2 years, most of them, almost 90% of them, actually register a company in DPIIT. This program is run by 27 institutions across India today, and we hope to see that more and more. But I would only one appeal to you is, many of you, particularly those who are in science, engineering, technology, look at some of the deep tech startups, because ideas are required in deep tech. As you rightly said, there is a clear distinction between normal service-oriented projects or a gaming or technology usage products and processes than a science and engineering-based startups. This is very much essential for India to become a leader in this in the coming days. So friends, I think Amrut Call is here. It's a golden time. I think a lot of energy is there among our young people, and we hope to see many of them convert themselves into an entrepreneur and be a job giver than job seeker. Maybe I'll come back again once we hear from others. Thank you.
Right. I mean, before I come back to you with the questions, I want to hear from Sri Paneerselvam sir on what are the opportunities that exist. I mean, I just want to talk about the programs. To start with, what are the programs? What is the scale of innovation that you have seen before we come to the question?
I mean, again, I think if you look at the scale, I mean, just taking a cue from what sir has said. I travel as part of my job. I travel extensively, and sometimes you are so tired after multiple journeys, and all I need to do is to walk into an engineering college and meet some of the students, or walk into a poster presentation of some of the colleges, and your battery is fully charged again, right? Because the amount of energy, the amount of ideation, the amount of passion that the young students in all of these colleges have, and the kind of products or thinking that they are having, it makes you feel extremely committed back to doing what you're doing. I think that's the energy that fuels us, right? I think that's something that what Asher said will take us to the next probably another 25, 50 years to kind of fuel the growth of innovation in the country. Having said that, it's also important to realize that it is a significant chunk of them actually kind of wither away in the first year, second year. They see a lot of passion about building product solutions and all of that. But when it comes to the third or fourth year, they start looking at what about my placement, right? I think that's the challenge, because so at Maitri Startup Hub, what we are, and as part of some of my role as mentor to some of the college students, I always ensure that they get a customer in the third year or third or fourth year before they leave the getting that pressure of sitting for placement. If they get a one single customer, paid customer, then they're far more confident and they're far more happy about registering company and seeing it through as the next step. So that's something which is very, very critical for young college founders and ideators to turn into real entrepreneurs or in the real world. So that's something, and to facilitate that, sir mentioned about the other program from AICTC side. Sir, I am happy to say from Maitri Startup Hub, we have two programs that are focusing exactly from idea to TRL level 4. Which is from entirely what we call the Entrepreneur in Residence program, TIDE, which is again one of the largest and longest running programs from Maitri Startup Hub. TIDE 1.0 is over. We are currently at TIDE 2.0, and we also have Genesis, which is a Tier 2, Tier 3 city focus program with an outlay of almost 490 crores, and of which significant amount of that is kept aside for purely in the Entrepreneur in Residence program. You can be a group of people, you can be a single innovator, you can be an individual innovator, you can be a partnership firm, you can be a private limited company, but from idea to to TRL level 4 or 5, we make you kind of journey with you with up to anywhere between 10 to 15 lakhs as grant, not funding, pure grant. It's not an investment or anything in return equity. The entire thing is about to help you buy you materials for your prototyping, get you get the idea into a prototype, and if possible to an MVP stage. So there's similarly Startup India, every other organization has multiple opportunities to support you. So there's no dearth of money. The real opportunity is for the students. And one more, since sir is here, I'll make this humble submission. I think the professors and the faculty is the first port of call for any innovative student. And today is a great opportunity for faculties to be part of this co-creation and building this entrepreneurship ventures, which I think is a game changer. If they participate, the whole spectrum is going to change, is what my submission is.
So, I mean, I hope with all the efforts, companies will go to colleges not to hire students, but to acquire startups. That's what we hope we would love to see, right? So, and I mean, just to put some perspective, right? So, at least I know 5 funds who are actively want to invest in student startups today, right? I mean, I run a fund which wants to invest in student startups and I compete with 5. The amount of funding that is available, the amount of encouragement that's available are even the amount of enthusiasm that you can see from the GCCs or the customers was never like before. So I strongly suggest all the youngsters here to just give it a try as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. But I want to move over from the student entrepreneurship, get back into the innovation. Sir, I mean, for some of you, I strongly recommend you should go and check out the book that Professor has seen, right? If you want to know what are the ideas that are there are more than 8,000 ideas in AI that he has captured in an amazing book that he has written, right? You should just go and check out. Sir, there is so much of scale in terms of the ideas that we are seeing, right? I mean, we know Startup India Hackathon is the source of ideas for many of the students, etc. But I want you to spend some time around the kind of ideas that you are seeing from the faculties and students, right? What is the kind of innovation that you think is possible in India?
See, two part, I will try to answer this question. One is about the book what we have written on the Road Ahead 2.0. Many of you might know the Road Ahead written by Bill Gates in 1995. Many of you might have read it. Okay, when the World Wide Web and email came into picture to us in 93. 95, Bill Gates wrote this book to see what would be the future with these kind of a disruptive technologies. Today we have AI is here already. So with artificial intelligence, what kind of disruption we're going to see, whether it is, engineering or social science, any area that for that matter, whether it's space technology, defense, okay, or atomic energy technology, everywhere AI has a role to play. And it is already really integrated into it. So we have covered that extensively in the Road Ahead 2.0. Okay, education world has brought it out. It's already available in Amazon. You can take a look at it. There are more than, as you rightly said, 8,000 or 9,000 ideas which we had given how you can even apply AI to beautician. How beautician will use artificial intelligence. Okay, or it could be in cyber security, many such areas, robotics, all that area we have covered, whether conventional civil engineering, mechanical engineering problems, whether it is in sustainable water, sustainable energy, in all these areas, how AI is going to play a role, and how you can effectively use this and create your own startup with these newer ideas and be successful. Coming back to the question, we have a large pool of young people, and particularly in engineering or STEM areas. Today we are the largest producers of engineering graduates in the world. We are very proud. We need to change the narrative. These are not second and third grade engineering colleges. All of them are excellent students with a lot of talent. Okay, and I was very happy to see that in the last session, 3 of the young people saying, we are very proud to be an Indian and we will take the technologies of Indian technologies to the world. Today, our IITs are already in the deep tech. There are not just Indian Institute of Technology, they are institutes of Indian technologies. Okay, you can see that brand today of IITs is mind-boggling. But the number of the IITs are only 23. Say, I was a director of an IIT Guwahati as well. And I am a professor at Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore for the last 35 years. And now I head the institution called All India Council for Technical Education with how many institutions? 14,000 institutions, close to about 1.2 crore students, and almost 6.5 lakh teachers. He was also talking about professors, from assistants, 6.5 lakh professors. So we conduct, today we can proudly say that AICTE started as a regulator, has become a facilitator. And we have more emphasis on innovation, startups, and entrepreneurship. And lot of programs we are creating. We are also entering into school education. Okay, that at the class 6 itself, we have actually national startup policy we have created through the MIC. And this policy is as early as 2017-18. And large number of activities are happening at school and engineering colleges. And even now, we are getting into the degree colleges, BBA and BCA colleges. I am hoping to see large number of startups which are going to be successful, will be created by Indians. There is no doubt about it. We are already third largest startup capital of the world, and we would like to see more and more happening in soon.
Right. Sir, MIT has a lot of labs, and there are some amazing innovation that we are seeing. I want you to give a perspective in terms of what are the innovation that you are seeing, right, in the deep tech area, deep tech, etc., right? So, some of the examples.
So I think, sir, I think you had AI integrated in your organization long back than anybody else thought of AI. Starts with AI, CTE. So, right? So having come to that, I think the whole perspective about innovation. Last year's startup Mahakumbh, right? I met this startup who said, if you are a parent, you can have children in the virtual world and help them grow and kind of see them grow with you, and then later decide you really want to have a children or not. You want to have a child or not? So
birth rate will drop,
this
sir.
Birth
rate will seriously drop.
In this very Bharat Mandapam, in the first edition of Startup Mahakumbh, this was a startup showcasing, right? So imagine
Sir, I just want to add, there is a student, 19-year-old student, who is building a startup to motivate young girls to get married.
Right? So the spectrum of the ideas, and not just ideas translating into execution is actually quite really mind-boggling, and sometimes it's something that we are really amazed with. So the human no matter how much we talk about AI, deep tech and all of that, there is something, the human ingenuity, that is always going to stay ahead of the curve, right? I think that's what we are all about. I have another way of, it's more about augmented intelligence or, accessible intelligence is what another couple of AIs that I could think about. So having said that, there is a wonderful spectrum. So health tech and med tech is something that we're seeing some amazing innovations, sir. So the cost of, testing, as one of my startup in the MIT startup arena, deep tech arena, has come up with a kind of a box which is as small as a coffee maker in your desk, in your tabletop, that could perform about almost 20 to 24 blood tests in a matter of about 10 minutes with almost 97% accuracy. And that to a region where medical resources are inaccessible, to kind of where remote locations, to hilly areas, to where for soldiers serving in the front end. For them, it's a complete game changer. An ASHA worker can actually carry it on her handbag and go across and can get the test done. So ranging in medtech, material science, in terms of additive manufacturing, in terms of every domain, in space tech, we all spoke about space tech in the previous panel. Every possible domain, there is something very, very interesting happening. And what's amazing is all of this is happening at a very affordable price point, which will change the way not only India consumes this products and product innovation, but we can also serve to emerging countries in North Africa, in East Asian economies, where you can actually change quality of life. So I keep saying this, those who have heard me before will probably find it repetitive. I said any technology has to improve quality of life. Otherwise, it's not much of use, right? So we kind of push our innovators, our young startups to see where we can innovate and that impacts quality of life. And there is no dearth of that in the Indian ecosystem now.
Excellent. And I can tell you, as entrepreneurs, one of the opportunity that we have is we should go and spend some time within those institutions. There are a lot of technologies available for you to license. There are a lot of startups that are available for you to acquire. And there are a lot of innovation teams that you can acquire, right? That's an opportunity for all the startups, right? If you think the cost of innovation or the time required to innovate is very large, this is the hack. And that's what we were talking about. To become an innovation leader, you need to find a hack. And fortunately for us, there is enough infrastructure and investments that have already happened. And it's there for you to go and get that, right? What we need is the great entrepreneurs to come, work with them, take it over and take them to the market, and that's a real opportunity. Sir, I mean, I think we'll run out of time, right? As a parking thought, I want to just tell you, how do you see this in next 10 years, right? What do you see within the innovation landscape of India in next 10 years?
Innovation is not a luxury for the few. It's going to be a necessary for all. I feel, the young people have to embrace this and start looking at be an innovator, because that will give you a lot of happiness. Not than, because when you solve a problem, a societal problem, is nothing beyond that actually. Beyond, what you make money, what you created big companies, or beyond that, this will be a very, very helpful. I think this is a golden time. I encourage every one of you. We have lot of programs to support that at AICT. We conduct IDE boot camps, innovation, design thinking, entrepreneurship boot camps continuously. And we have Udyamotsav, where we connect you to the funding, venture funds. So recently on India Startup Day on 16 January, we had a huge, more than 100 venture funders got together and looked at. We had pitching sessions, and many of these young people won huge prizes and went on to the next level of their own creation of startups. So I feel the opportunities are plenty for you. As you rightly said, a lot of investment has been made by many of the line ministries of the Government of India, and there are plenty of opportunities for you, and there are a lot of incubators as well, in the country, almost 2,000 you are mentioning. So there is plenty of opportunity for you. I'd like every one of you to embrace this opportunity and take risks, because risk taking is very, very important to become a successful entrepreneur. So otherwise, if you wanted to always, go for a job, then automatically you will not be an entrepreneur. So you have to take risks, and that ability I am seeing more and more in our young population. So in our time, it was not there. But today, there are a lot of young people with a lot of confidence, take risks, and they can create Googles or Apple of India.
Okay. Sir.
I just want to keep it very simple. Be part of the solution, right? I think the problem-solving mindset is what we need. Problems are plenty. All we need is to solve problems and make, as entrepreneurs are simple, innovators are simple. Solve a problem, create value, make money, and create wealth out of it. I think that's the equation that we need to follow.
Right. I mean, amazing points, right? I mean, again, I want to come back to you and tell you guys, there is a great opportunity. All that you need to do is think bold, think deep, and think bigger, right? I am sure each and every entrepreneur who is here can do a much better by thinking 10x of what you are doing. There are technologies available, there is funding available, there is an opportunity, there is a market. It just wants you to think bigger and think better. Best of luck to all of you, and thanks a ton to my panelists.
Thank you so much to our speakers for such an enriching panel discussion.
I request Mr. Madan Gopal to felicitate Mr. Narasimha and Professor Dr. Sitaram. मदन सर, हम चाहेंगे कि आप फेलिसिटेट करें हमारे दोनों मॉडरेटर एंड स्पीकर मिस्टर Narasimha and Professor Dr. Sitaram. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for our panelists? Thank you, Professor Dr. Sitaram, for joining us here. Can we have a group picture together? Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to proceed further with our next panel discussion. And next panel discussion is going to be talking about the topic regulatory landscape for startups, balancing compliance and growth, exploring how tax policies, competition laws, and regulatory frameworks impact startups and what reforms can facilitate a thriving startup ecosystem.
Yes, we are all set for our next panel discussion. We are just preparing our stage for it. As you can see, the speakers already on the board, on the screen, as you can see. Ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome, dive deep into regulatory landscape for startups, balancing compliance and growth. Our moderator today, Mr. Mohit Bhasin, Partner Economic Growth, KPMG, will lead this important discussion. Big hand for Mr. Bhasin. Thank you, Mr. Bhasin, for joining us here. Now let's give a warm welcome to our knowledgeable panelists. Yeah, let's gear up the stage for it. Mr. Bhasin, a very warm welcome to you at the start of Mahakumbh 2025. I hope you're having a great time here with us. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
And audience, are we excited for the next one? Can I have a louder yes? Thank you. Please keep up the energy in the room.
So while we're doing the arrangements, before calling our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned with us.
Yes, now let's give a warm welcome to our knowledgeable panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Shri Anshuman Patnaik, Director General IRS, Competition Commission of India. A very warm welcome, sir. And we would like to thank you for sharing your clear insights on regulations. Now I would like to invite on stage Shri Prasanjit Singh, Director General Investigation, Income Tax. A very warm welcome, sir. Your expertise on tax and compliance is greatly valued. Now I would like to welcome on stage Shri Raman Chopra, Joint Secretary, TPL1, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Thank you for your tireless work in shaping our policy, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for our panelists? Each time I do the introduction, we want a big hand for our panelists. I now would like to invite Ms. Soumya Russell Mishra, founder, Avatar Skincare Technologies. Big hand. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman, Abhiyan Capital.
Let's hand over to our moderator, Mr. Bhasin.
Mr. Bhasin, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you, my esteemed panelists, for being with me on this panel. And this is certainly one of the most sought-after subject during these 3 days of Marathon Mahakumbh, what we all have been witnessing. Thank you, all the members who are with us. This is a pretty interesting subject because we are talking about startup and an interlock of startup with regulation. Then we have specifically thought together an interesting panel of policymakers, investors, and someone who's actually a beneficiary. So that's how this composition is very, very unique if you see the panel members who are joining with me. What we will try to drive out is how are we performing when it comes to the regulation and challenges, and what really needs to be done. At the same time, we want to keep that distance without getting into much from the regulation perspective. A small disclosure, my name is Mohit Bhasin. I'm a partner with KPMG, and I'm responsible for helping DPIIT in the Startup India program as a program management team. So I will try to drive my thinking from that for sure, at the same time bringing an outside-in perspective. Now, given what's happening in the ecosystem, we are talking about 120 roughly unicorns. We're talking about $150 billion of investment funding in the last few years. We're talking about nearly over 150,000 registered startups, especially in the last 9 years. Definitely, we have moved the needle. Definitely, there is a buzz, and I can see in the last 2 days, and especially today, the kind of energy this floor has is really mind-boggling. You know, the kind of enthusiasm which our young population and our startup founders are bringing is super impressive. So that is something which I can take as a pride as a country. We have definitely been able to move that needle from not even being called as a startup nation, maybe pre-2016, 2015, to a much more vibrant startup ecosystem. And of course, we have a long way to go. So with this, I take the opportunity of inviting Shri Prasenjit Singh ji. So welcome. Mr. Singh is a distinguished officer of Indian Revenue Services from the 1990 batch. And currently, over his career, sir has managed multiple positions with the Income Tax Department. And currently, he's also responsible from the investigation perspective. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining. I'm also joined by Mr. Raman Chopra. Mr. Chopra, thank you for joining. Mr. Chopra is a distinguished officer from the Indian Revenue Services from the 1993 batch. He's currently serving as a Joint Secretary of Tax Policy and Legislation, we abbreviate it as TPL, in the Department of Revenue, which is coming under the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Chopra has completed his Bachelor's of Engineering from the Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. Welcome, Mr. Chopra. I take the privilege of welcoming Shri Anshuman Patnaik. Mr. Patnaik, thank you for joining. Mr. Patnaik is a distinguished officer from the Indian Revenue Services from the 1994 batch and is currently serving as a Director General of Investigation at the Competition Commission of India. Now, I'm delighted to invite Soumya Mishra. Soumya, welcome to the panel. And Soumya has an impressive career of working on the private sector. She has worked with Bain, she has worked with Hedrick & Struggle, and now she is an entrepreneur. She is currently the founder of Avatar Skincare Technologies, a tech-enabled platform offering non-invasive skin and body treatment. Her personal experience with skin issues inspired her to create this accessible and effective skincare solution, and she's going to help us bridge the gap between the government thinking and how a private and entrepreneur, and especially a women-led entrepreneur organization, has to really grow in our current ecosystem. Welcome, Soumya. I take the opportunity of inviting my panel member, Mr. Rajat Mehta. Mr. Mehta is a prominent leader in the Indian investment and the startup ecosystem. He has also served as a chairman of Dito Angel Network. Besides that, he's also the CIO of Stargazer Fund. He has a very, very starking career, different portfolios in the Mehta Group also. He has worked. He's serving in the Mehta Group also. I mean, the list goes on, but the whole punch is that he has been investing in the startup space, and as I understand, he has already made more than 50 investments. So if you're looking for an investor, you know whom to catch. So with this, how I want to orient this session is probably under 2 rounds of discussion, and I request my panel members to please share their thoughts. So first point, I want to start with the line of thinking around the challenges. Right? As per you, what kind of challenges entrepreneur, or we call it as startup, or we even call them as innovators, are facing in this space? Now, Singh sir, now tax compliance can often be overwhelming for startup, especially when they are so young, so fragile, especially the new age startups who are just starting 1 year old. How do you see them navigating this element, sir?
First of all, thank you to the team for inviting for this panel discussion. And to the point raised by Shri Bhasin, first of all, we need to understand that the regulators and the startups are to be viewed as a partners, and we are partners. We should not be thinking that something regulators comes in a picture because innovation and regulation are inherently distinctive because they are work against each other naturally. But it is important to understand that the entire, if we see the perspective from the taxation point of view in the last 1 decade, last 10 years and more, the entire focus has been to facilitate, to build an environment for the ecosystem to develop. And we can see from the last several perspectives the government of India has brought up and the tax administration has introduced by simplification, bringing transparency, bringing accessibility, and reducing litigation. The idea is that the more we use of technology, because it is a privilege to share with the August gathering, that the Income Tax Department is one of the most technology-driven department in the entire government of India. And with the help of the technology, we always we have the drive and we have the vision which is in line with the government of India's PM's vision of Viksit Bharat, that is Sabka Vikas, Sabke Saath, Sabka Vishwas. So we also driven because the idea is that if we take the example of the recently introduced income tax bill, which has been introduced in the parliament in the standing committee, the whole idea is to simplify the procedures, simplify the language, to make understanding for the stakeholders. What happens is that once the stakeholders, language becomes simple, the procedures become understandable, the accessibility becomes there, then it is always there that the litigation also goes down. And the misunderstanding which happens, or the what I can say, that apprehensions which as a tax people against people naturally hold, that taxmen also always will be arbitrary or something like that. The negative image also it takes a backseat with a simplification. Because my colleagues will also be speaking, I will just to bring a perspective in the last decade. A lot of activities and a lot of legislations have been introduced by the India Tax Administration, which includes the tax holiday, and then the ESOPs incentives, and then also incentives for to save the capital gains, and also even the assessment procedures also have been simplified, just to ensure that the startups, founders, the startup companies do not get into litigations, unnecessary litigations. So the whole idea is that the more simplification, the more transparent we introduce, it will become easier for the startups, and we also complement them. We need to also understand that tax administrators, we are there to complement the entire ecosystem. And the lot of changes which have been brought in the last 10 years have been just a result because the stakeholders have given the feedback, and the government is always ready. The Ministry of Finance is always willing to understand what are the needs for the taxpayers, the ecosystem, how to make its ecosystem more vibrant, more robust. That is the whole idea. So this is the entire, we are partners. We look for suggestions. We are always open to suggestions. And as far as the regulation in the tax administration point of view, we see it is very robust, and we always try to understand the requirements and to go for changes wherever required. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think this is quite impressive to see that a regulator or an administrator is starting to operate like a partner, not just think like a partner. And definitely there's a lot of movement which has happened in this space. Thank you so much. So allow me to just bring in Mr. Chopra. Mr. Chopra, I understand that tax is one of the revenue sources for the government. At the same time, we also have to see that it does not create any burden or a liability on this fragile segment of startups. So how do you see this is being balanced?
Thanks, Mohit. The problem with law is, where we start from is that all are equal before law. That is where we start from. And once we start from this premise, we have to move into a direction where we can actually identify small groups who need to be protected, who need to be given a different treatment. And that is what has happened in the last 10 years vis-a-vis startups. First of all, if you go back 10 years, there was no recognition separately. A startup is a small industry, and maybe some turnover-based incentives which were available in filing, etc., were available to a startup. Presently, we've moved a long way from that. The moment we start moving away from that basic principle of equity before law, we are able to identify specific segments. Startup is a very important segment, and that is what the government realized, that this is an extremely important segment. So once that was identified and that decision was taken at the policy level that this is an important segment, how do we help the segment? We in sitting in policy or the government in the executive side cannot imagine out of nowhere that how will we help the startups. And that is where, as Sir had mentioned, that the partnership concept was extremely important. And I must appreciate, DPIIT is one of, I've been interacting with DPIIT so often now, since the last 7-8 years. They've been very, 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 very dynamic on this front. They've set up bodies. The CIM actually addresses Startup India function, and he addresses a full gathering. We are a member from the finance ministry, from the other ministries. All ministries participate in that setup and actually identify where the problems are, where the help is required. And if we are able to identify where help is required, which we have been to a certain extent, so then we can help. And you can see the outcome. That outcome is that startup is growing. From the revenue perspective, if you say that we've foregone too much revenue, I don't visualize it in that manner. जब आपकी इनकम होगी तभी तो टैक्स देंगे ना. और इनकम कब होगी? इनकम तब होगी जब आप ग्रो करेंगे, जब आप इस्टेब्लिश हो पाएंगे, जब जो 1.5 लाख स्टार्टअप हैं वो प्रॉफिट गेन कर पाएंगे. प्रॉफिट के बाद ही तो टैक्स की बारी आती है. और अगर इफ वी आर एबल टू एनेबल यू टू ग्रो, then we are successful from the government's perspective. Your goal is also that, and our goal is also that. We want to try to promote development. Development, when it grows, it results in revenue. There is no conflicting perspective. As it is somehow sought कि मैंने incentive दे दिया तो ये इससे सरकार का नुकसान हो गया, ये नहीं है. It is absolutely not to be seen in that perspective. Because development results in other activities which actually aid to further revenues. There is a multiplier in the economy. Actual tax benefit, if you aggregate that, which would not be too much. We give it in the receipt budget, that this is the quantum of tax loss from all startups. It is very minimal. So you can see it from that perspective. Yes, government tries to focus policy on these lines, that yes, some tax should come. It should go to the right people. What the conflict here is, incorrect people should not get the benefit. That is what we focus on. And in that perspective, a 3-year tax holiday has been given, as we've already seen, for all startups. Apart from that, the cash flow problem, that was also handled very well in the ESOP thing, because that was a practical suggestion which came from the startups कि हमारे पास पैसे हैं ही नहीं सैलरी देने के लिए, तो हम उनको शेयर्स दे देते हैं. जब शेयर्स दे देते हैं तो उनके पास इनकम हो जाती है. वो शेयर्स बिकते ही नहीं है मार्केट में, तो वो टैक्स कहाँ से देगा उन शेयर्स के लिए? So it is a practical problem which was raised by the industry, recognized by the government, placed on the statute. It's not a question of tax loss or anything. Yes, revenues keep on building. We've been growing from around 6 lakhs, we've gone to 22 lakhs. So we've nearly doubled in the 10-year span. So revenues have grown well. Despite the incentives, we've moved away from incentives, brought the tax rates down. So collectively, we've identified the segment. We've tried to give them whatever they had sought. We are still open to suggestions. Government is this government is very sensitive to feedback. As Sir has also mentioned, this government is extremely sensitive to feedback. आप आके कुछ suggestion तो दें, फिर देखें कि हम उसको handle कैसे करते हैं. और हम सभी हम हैं. मैं इस तरफ नहीं हूँ और आप उस तरफ नहीं है. That is my basic message at the outcome, that we are always open for suggestions. We are always open to progress together. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chopra, thank you so much, and I 200% echo you. The kind of changes which this country has brought in last 3 to 5 years, especially when it comes to the fiscal and taxation and legislative issues startups are dealing, has only been possible because we got very good representation from the industry. And government has done, and of course there's a long way to go. So please come forward, help the government understand what needs to be done to benefit you. And you are hearing clearly from the leaders and the real decision makers of the government that they can really fix it if you believe there is a problem and help you to grow. Allow me to just bring in now Mr. Patnaik. Mr. Patnaik, you are at a pretty interesting position, sitting in Competition Commission of India. There's a digital boom of startup, digital economy we are talking about. It's very complicated. I understand you have to also deal with the pressing issues of anti-competitive challenges which startups are facing. And how do you see CCI as an enabler in this whole ecosystem, sir?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I would like to say that a good competition policy is a sine qua non for startup to grow. So there are no regulatory restrictions on startup as such from Competition Commission of India, because most of the deals are passed through what's called de minimis exemptions. If you have assets less than 450 crores or turnover less than 1200 crores, almost all the investments are not seen through the CCI lenses. In that way, there is a lot of clarity on that. But startups do face problems from the big firms. These are digital firms. They are popularly called GAFAM: Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Now NVIDIA and something are coming. Because these firms are pretty powerful, they have rich resources, they have rich resources of data. Against them, startups sometimes find difficulty in growing up. So that is the major challenges. The major challenges are like self-preferencing. They will promote their products rather than startup products. They will do anti-steering. They will not allow startups to talk to them directly. And they can also do what's called denial of market access. And there are issues of platform neutrality also. They don't perform in a neutral way so that the startups can burgeon. So that's why in those cases, the startup should come forward and file a complaint before the commission. Then commission will take up the case. Generally, because our remedies are in RAME, so we don't do individual cases. We do market corrections. So if the startups find that they are getting a short shrift from the big firms, they can file a complaint before or information before the commission, and commission will take up the cases. A couple of cases recently have helped the startups, like I can tell because it's in public domain. In Google case, Google was not allowing the payment processes, alternate payment processes through their app. Now that's been allowed, and NCLT has confirmed that. Recently also, we passed an order against Meta. Meta was taking, WhatsApp. WhatsApp was taking the data of all the consumers and business here, and they were sharing it with the principal firm, Meta, all the data. And there was no opt-out clauses. Against those orders, some interesting decisions have been filed, and which will going to help startups. But again, the issue is very complicated, and the penalties can be humongous. The penalties can be 10% of global turnover. So they also context all the cases. So that's why, so startups, if they feel they are being neglected, they are being not given proper business processes by these big firms, they can still file a complaint before a commission. We'll take up the cases.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. I think articulating these safeguards, what you have been able to set up for our fragile ecosystem of startup, safeguarding them is quite comforting. I think, of course, when I come forward, educate CCI, take their help, that will really help. Ms. Mishra, you are in an interesting space where you're talking about the intersection of wellness, aesthetic, health tech, right? This is a, I would say, gray zone for regulators. How do you see this unfolding? I remember during COVID time, there was an issue of health tech the telephone-related health services, right? And this is another interesting area. How do you see this year unfolding, and what is the expectation you have from officers sitting with you on the panel?
Yeah, it is. So one, it's health tech, and second, it's also a manpower intensive sector because we provide AI powered aesthetic solutions at home across 18 cities, which means we're dealing with compliances across 18 cities, and there are geographical compliances also, right? So there is GST by state, there is Shop and Establishment Act for every center. You have so many employees now. How do you treat your contractors? How do you treat your full-time employees? There's ESI, there's PF, there's minimum wages, and then there is, we are also a tech platform. So we take services from companies which are based abroad. So then there are reverse charges, compliances. So there are thousands of those, and it's 2 years into the journey, and every month when I sit with my CA, he said, "Ye aapne kaise kar diya? You should have asked me before doing this transaction." You pay because a lot of founders are sitting here. That the biggest insight that I got is that you cannot just directly swipe a card on ChatGPT Enterprise. You're apparently supposed to take a TRC. You need to inform the government that I'm making an overseas payment. So while it is very loud and clear that the government's heart is in the right place when it comes to giving regulatory comfort to the startups, but I think what we as a founders miss and ignore a lot of times is because most of the time we are so heavily into firefighting and getting things done and executing that we completely miss out on that, every transaction involves some kind of compliance, not just transaction. Like we have these laser devices, and then when we opened a new city, we just got like 5 machines transported via train to Mumbai, and then our CA says, "No, you're supposed to cut an e-way bill." And I said, "What is an e-way bill?" So you have to invoice from one center to other center. So I think just the awareness of what founders are supposed to do or what companies are supposed to do, and then the reality is that early stage founders cannot invest in a full-time CS, a full-time CA, and there are organizations which are providing fractional CFO services, but then because they are remote, they don't have visibility into everything that you do. So there is a space for either a platform or more education or more awareness into, what startups have to do to be regulatorily compliant generally. And, there are hundreds of things. Like, if I make a payment to, say, a freelancer developer who's made my app, who I found, who's sitting in, say, Japan. Now, how do I pay that person? What is the GST that I have to pay in India to make that payment? So that is really important. So that's just about running a business or running a startup in general. And then when it comes to health tech, as you mentioned, of course, there are things which are written, and then there are things which are assumed. And then, we are always in a flux. Just tell us what is right so that we can work together. So I think there's also room for, I take it on the founder side to, make a lobby and actually, initiate a dialogue with the regulators on what's the right way to go about things.
This is interesting. So I'm assuming that there is nothing like a sandbox offered to you so that you can experiment and flourish both, right? So this is a good takeaway. Thank you so much. Mr. Mehta, you are an investor. And when you put in the money, you see a different level of challenges. What's your first thing which is bothering you as an investor? Do you see real challenge in this space, or it's an easy play?
I think I've been investing since 2015 now, 14-15. As such, I don't see any challenge, whether it's on the regulatory sides or whether it's with the startups. I think the very fact that you are a startup in itself, as an entrepreneur, you have taken up the challenge to take up a challenge, right? So we've seen over the journey, over last sort of 10 years, 12 years, we've invested in close to 50 startups. We've invested in a couple of funds as well. I've myself been chairman of Jeeto Angel Network, where we have 950 investors who invest in almost 150 startups to date. We're managing a new startup now ourselves called Abhiyan Capital. And I think the entrepreneurs, they are like warriors. And the good part is we have a great support system in the form of DPIIT, and especially, and I'm not saying this because I have seen it firsthand. If you ask for help, you will get help. If you don't ask for help, you will not get anything. If you cry, you keep crying. You crib, you keep cribbing. So I think Ekla Chalo Re is not going to happen in the startup ecosystem. There's a great collaboration. We had, as an incubator, we had 3 cases of where startups constantly were pushing us to give them money as a Startup India Seed Fund scheme, appointed or sort of nominated incubator. And we were not comfortable. So, we reached out for help and we were given help immediately. So I think you have to ask, you have to ideate, you have to request, and you will be given some kind of solution. So I think it's very easy to get through the regulators. It's very easy to get through the ecosystem players. It's very easy to get through the investors now. And I think we have built a great ecosystem. But there'll always be people who will have more requests, more ideas, more suggestions. And I think everybody in the ecosystem is dynamic enough to look at things when they are at the right stage at the right time. So I think a government does recognize at which step what should be taken, and they're open to ideas. So I'm honestly, as an investor, it's been easy. It's not been tough. It's actually been tougher to look at startups doing new things. Point in case, people come to us wanting to do the same things over and over again, which has already been built, where there's already no market share left to do. So as investors, we are actually constantly trying to find companies that are really innovative or that are trying to do something in a better way, in a more efficient manner.
This is comforting, actually, to hear that the investing space is relatively easy. Of course, there's a long way to go. There are a few technical challenges with DPIT solving. So I think we are just almost on time. I would like to start wrapping up by coming from you directly and then coming back to in the reverse order. I just would like you to give one message. This message, either it could be for a startup or even for a government, so that, how do you see them moving forward?
So for the startups, I have a simple message. I think Government of India is backing multiple incubation centers. Please go to them for help. Okay? The incubation centers, some of them are very good. They're very established. And they will sort of support you. They will act as a sandbox. You have seen phenomenal results coming out of Y Combinator in US. Right? And we will be able to create a lot of accelerators, incubators, provided startups are ready to go to them. We have investors in almost every sort of city now in the country. They also should promote and push startups to go to incubation centers, so that at least a simple sort of situation of getting to a point is they're ready to go to market. For the government, I think I think you've done a great job and you will keep doing a great job. But I think push more and more startups towards the incubation centers. They will do a great job.
So just a question to my audience. If you raise your hand, if you're aware about the incubators and accelerators which are accessible to you. If you are aware about the incubators and accelerators which are accessible to you, if you can raise your hands. Okay, so very few, which means a long way to go in terms of educating them. What are the possibilities? Yeah. Ms. Mishra, just a quick short summary, one recommendation.
Given the theme of this discussion, I would say every founder should know that every transaction that you're doing, every hire that you're making, every payment that you're making to your vendor has some compliance involved, and it's good to be aware of it sooner than later, before it pinches you or before your penalty bill or your interest liability increases. So actively we always ignore it, but it's a very important segment and one should be aware of it.
Thank you. Mr. Patnaik.
I again tell you that startups can go in a light touch regulatory framework, and Competition Commission of India is on it, and there won't be any problem from regulatory side on startups issues unless they do price fixing. Otherwise, they are pretty free to do anything regarding investment. However, if they think that they are being taken on a short shift, they are being not given proper, their business process is being hindered by big firms, they should come to us, we'll take care of them.
Thank you. Mr. Chopra.
Yeah, I already gave the message in the first part that wherever there is an issue, do come to the government. Because unless you come to the government, we will not be able to satisfy or solve that issue. The second part which I got from the discussion here was that on the outreach side also, you have to identify where you are lacking. जिन चीज़ों की नॉलेज आपको नहीं है वो रेज़ करें, लाइन मिनिस्ट्री DPIIT अवेलेबल है, वो कैप्सूल्स बना के आपको टैक्स रेगुलेशन पर, GST रेगुलेशन पर शॉर्ट कैप्सूल्स सर्व कर सकती है, लाइव ऑफिसर्स के आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स अरेंज कर सकती हैं. उसके लिए भी आपको ही बताना पड़ेगा कहाँ पर, वेयर डू यू need assistance. That outreach is extremely important because as Mr. Mehta said that the financial side is perhaps easier. The regulatory perspective is somewhat, that compliance perspective, मुझे पता ही नहीं है कैसे करना है.
सही बात.
वो आइडेंटिफाई आप करें क्या आपको पता नहीं है. और जब आप वो आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे, अपनी लाइन मिनिस्ट्री में आए, उनके आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स हम GST के लिए, टैक्स के लिए, कंपटीशन के लिए सब बना के आपको सर्व कर सकते हैं.
Sir, your last word, please.
Just to add to what the other panelists have said, that as innovations is always bring disruptions, and that is the welcome change always. But we also need to understand as the founders also that there are other stakeholders also who are all will be getting affected by the disruptions. So the better it is that the founders are also aware of the regulations also, that will bring more transparency and more confidence amongst the investors, and for better they will be getting more, they will be in a position to get better funds. And as already Raman has pointed out, government is always ready to be there as a hand-holding and as a partner. This is all.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all my panelists for joining and sharing insights. Thank you so much.
We are deeply grateful to all our panelists for their time and their thoughtful contributions to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. I'm sure a lot to learn from you all. So once again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us here. I would like to request Shri Sanjeev ji to please join us here, Joint Secretary DPIIT, to felicitate our speakers on stage. Once again, we would like to thank Mr. Shri Anshuman Patnaik ji, Director General IRS, Competition Commission of India, Shri Prasanjeet Singh, Director General Investigation Income Tax, Shri Raman Chopra ji, Joint Secretary TPL1, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Baseen sahab aage aiye, please. Thank you, Mr. Baseen. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our moderator, Mr. Baseen. And of course, a big hand for all our esteemed panelists for such an insightful panel discussion.
Ma'am, I request you to come back as we are going to have a group picture after this. Thank you. We request all our panelists and speakers to please join us for a group picture.
Thank you so much, each one of you, for being part of this panel discussion at Day 3 Startup Mahakumbh at Bharat Mandapam. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to having a lunch break now.
We are going to have a short break, but I would request everyone to please ensure that we are here by 1:30, as we will be starting our next session by 2 o'clock. And we are equally excited for the next session, as we are going to have the Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Jayan Chaudhary ji with us, along with very famous Bollywood actress Sonam Kapoor, Ahuja. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so see you back sharp at 1:30 p.m. We are going to resume with our next session. So have your lunch and we'll look forward to have you back in the ballroom. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request everyone to please settle down. Please take your seats. Can I request everybody to please take your seats? We are about to resume with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you standing, please be seated. Take your seats.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start. We request everyone to please take their seats. Mike. Monitors.
We'll request everybody to please take your seats. Welcome back from the lunch break. Another couple of minutes to go and we are about to resume with our next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. We are all set to bring the next session for you. Ladies and gentlemen, हम चाहेंगे हम सब मिलके एक बारी जोरदार तालियां दें माननीय श्री जयंत चौधरी जी के लिए जो कि हमारे बीच में समक्ष हैं. थैंक यू. Then you will invite Harneet. Harneet के बाद फिर 90 second pitch. उसके बाद fireside chat between Madan ji and Jian ji. We are officially inviting them. उनको लगा चंदन का इनवाइट मैंने कहा नहीं भाई वेलकम करे प्रशांत भाई मेट एक इनिशियल वेलकम होना बहुत जस्ट अनाउंस के हमारे बीच में वी हैव डन दैट हमने वो कर लिया आपने सच सुना नहीं हाँ 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 Good afternoon, everyone. One more time. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you, all of you. स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025 में आप सभी का स्वागत है. मैं चाहूंगा आप सभी लोग अपने लिए जोरदार तालियां दीजिए. Please, everyone, can we please give a big round of applause for yourself? Thank you so much for being here with us. Mehak, how have you been?
Very well, and I'm actually having a great time at day 3.
मैंने सुना है कि आप भी अपना स्टार्टअप अभी आपने 6 महीने पहले शुरू किया है. कैसा लगता है स्टार्टअप के बाद?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है, challenges आते हैं और उसको बहुत सीखने को मिलता है.
Because you have been hosting events for the longest time, अब आपने अपना स्टार्टअप भी शुरू किया है.
Yes,
तो
absolutely.
आसान होता है फाउंडर बनना?
नहीं, आसान नहीं है. Challenges, as I said, कि बहुत सारे आते हैं, but definitely it takes time to pace
Correct.
it up.
बिल्कुल. तो आज बहुत ही कमाल की जनता हमारे साथ बैठी है. We have a fantastic audience here with us, and we are all set to take this
We're all
day
set.
forward.
Yes.
And have you heard of this term, futurepreneur? जो कि
Absolutely.
निकला है future entrepreneur से ही. Have you
Yes.
heard of this term?
I absolutely, I've heard, and in fact, I would like to tell about futurepreneurs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they are the young generation and aspiring entrepreneurs focused on starting innovative business that will thrive in the future. Well, we all know that these individuals have forward-thinking mindset, looking for opportunities in emerging technologies, sustainability, and social innovation.
क्या बात है. तो मुझे तो लगा कि शायद आपने शायद मुझे लगता है कि चैट जीपीटी वाला फ्यूचरप्रेन्योर मुझे बताया, बट कोई बात नहीं. आई हैव अ बेटर पर्सन टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट फॉर इट एंड टेल अस व्हाट एक्चुअली फ्यूचरप्रेन्योर साउंड्स लाइक. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage President of TIE Bangalore, Board of Trustees TIE Global, to set the context. Please welcome on stage Mr. Madan Paddaki. मदन जी, a very warm welcome to you. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका. स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025 में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. I'll give you my mic, or probably you'd like to take the podium mic. Sure.
Before Madanji proceeds with his speech, can I request everyone to please settle down? All the people who are standing here on the right-hand side.
मैं एक सेटल डाउन तो मुश्किल होगा, लेकिन मैं एक दरख्वास्त करूंगा. आई वुड प्रॉब्ली रिक्वेस्ट, एटलीस्ट बिकॉज फॉर द नेटवर्क, फॉर द माइक नेटवर्क, दिस एरिया right in front of the speaker, we need a little more space there. Wherever you are standing, that's okay. We appreciate, and it's a house full of people, and we really appreciate that. Sir, इतने सारे founders को देख के क्या मजा आता है. मतलब it's so amazing to see so many founders, futurepreneurs, and I'm sure we are looking forward to hear from Madan ji. Madan ji, over to you.
Thank you. Namaskar, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome back after a hearty lunch, I suppose. It is wonderful to see the hall full of young budding entrepreneurs. So first of all, a huge round of applause to all the futurepreneurs here who have joined us from different corners of the country. We've had over about 70 plus colleges coming in from every nook and corner of the country to be with us, to participate in this Futurepreneurs Challenge, and more importantly, to soak in the wonderful energy that we have at the Startup Mahakumbh. So welcome once again. You know, for us, as I say, youth is 25% of our, or 30% of our population, but 100% of our future. And the future of India's progress, startups, and innovation rests on the young shoulders that are here. And boy, I must say, I'm not only saying that the future is bright, but it is dazzling because of the ideas and the innovative thinking and the can-do spirit that each of our futurepreneurs have brought to the table. In my interactions over the last few days with most of you, I must say the future is dazzling, and that gives us a lot of hope and belief that we are on the right path. Why do I say so? In fact, we did a short survey over the last few days amongst our futurepreneurs just to check what they feel about entrepreneurship. And I'll just read out a few points from that survey. You know, the first thing which warms my heart is, why do you want to become an entrepreneur? So 75% of them said to solve a problem I care deeply about, which I think is fantastic, right? What do you enjoy the most? 60% of them said building new things and solving complex problems, which is the first step for us to build a very successful venture. What drives you the most? 56.6% said creating impact. And I'll end with the last one. If you were to be given some money to start a venture, what would you do first? 56% said we will research and validate the idea, which was one of the objectives for us to think about the Futurepreneurs Challenge. So I think these responses themselves prove that we are on the right path. And today we are gathered here to listen to the pitches of the top 10. It's an elevator pitch, 90 seconds. And then, of course, we are really, really delighted and honored to have our Honorable Minister, Jayantji, to be with us today. So thank you so much for gracing this occasion, this very special occasion. It is all about youth. It's all about their skills and their entrepreneurial spirit. So we're delighted to have you with us as an exemplar of the power of youth of the country. Thank you for being with us. Without further ado, I must say that let's jump straight in. I just want to preface it with one thing that I've been saying repeatedly. To an extent, I do not like competitions because there are winners and there are losers. I believe that every one of you who've come here is a winner. You've taken the first step towards being an entrepreneur. This is just a competition. This is a process. There will be decisions that we will take just so that we can have a finite number. Otherwise, I would have loved to put all the teams on the stage. So I would want all of us to take that in that spirit and let's go build real ventures. This is just one of the steps in the process. With that, I would hand it back and let's jump straight in. I'm eagerly waiting to listen to all the pitches. Once again, let's give all of our futurepreneurs and all of us a huge round of applause as we begin this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madan, for setting the context. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Madan once again.
Madan ji ke liye zordar taaliyan, please. Sir, thank you so much for setting the context for the event. Mehak, whom are we inviting next on stage?
Well, now I would like to take a pleasure and invite on stage Ms. Harneet Kaur, Head of WT Fund, India's first non-dilute grant program for founders 25 and under, where she supports early-stage startups with financial and strategic mentorship. She's an experienced strategist, having worked at Swiggy and Virtualness, where she focuses on go-to-market strategies and product marketing for new initiatives. Harneet is also a published author and columnist with 2 books of poetry and extensive writing on startups, public policies, and personal development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and have on stage Harneet Kaur for her address. Very warm welcome to you, Harnit. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that incredibly warm welcome. Like they said, my name is Harnit Kaur. I head the WTF Fund. We are India's first non-dilutive grant for founders 25 and under. What does that mean? We give you free money to make sure that you build cool stuff. That's essentially it. So delighted to be here at the Futurepreneurs event. Looking at this room full of young dreamers and doers, I feel like, honestly, an older sister who's incredibly proud of what everyone here is doing. And we're a family here, a family full of nutcases, because a lot of us are nuts to be building. Entrepreneurship is putting aside all your self-defense mechanisms and saying, I want to follow a dream. But we are a family. I remember when I was in college, scribbling ideas in my notebook, unsure if anyone would take me seriously because of my age. If I could go back and talk to younger Harnit, I would say your ideas matter. You may be young, but you can absolutely solve big problems. Today, I want to say that to each of you. You can solve big problems, and many of you already are. Running the WTF Fund, which supports young entrepreneurs, I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand what young innovators can do. And let me tell you, it blows my mind. We've met college students tackling challenges that even seasoned experts haven't cracked. The most incredible thing about young entrepreneurs is that they see a challenge and they see people behind them who haven't been able to solve it, and they say, "Kar lenge yaar, kuch to kar lenge." And that is incredible because young talent is not cynical, they are not scared, they are not afraid of failure. What is incredible to me is that 30% of WTF Fund's portfolio is deep tech, meaning not just apps or websites, but cutting-edge science and technology ventures. Nearly a third of young founders we back are diving into things like biotechnology, robotics, AI, and space tech. They're audacious, willing to take on complex fields. They're courageous, not intimidated by the fact that they're only 19 and 20. They're resilient, bouncing back from failures. I've learned so much from them. I've learned that age is not a barrier to innovation. If anything, it can be a strength. You all bring fresh perspectives and a fearless attitude. As an example, one of our entrepreneurs created a plant-based, non-steroidal pain relief solution that earned an FDA approval. She achieved this in her early 20s by refusing to be daunted by how impossible it sounded. Young people are solving problems in health, energy, agriculture, space, you name it. No problem is too big when you have the boldness of youth and the right support. And these young change makers are everywhere. We've received applications from 50 different cities in our latest cohort, from major metros to small towns and remote districts. That means that innovation is not confined to Silicon Valley or Bangalore. It's in Lucknow, Imphal, Coimbatore, and probably your hometown. Talent and great ideas know no zip code. Every time I travel and meet student entrepreneurs, I'm amazed because talent is truly indefatigable in the face of geographical constraints. If there's one thing I've learned from working with these young founders, it's that mindset matters as much as skill set. The best young entrepreneurs display 3 traits over and over again: audacity, courage, and resilience. Audacity is the willingness to dream big and challenge the status quo. It's the spark that makes you say, why can't we fix this? Why can't I fix this? One of our founders asked why rural schools have no science labs and then built a low-cost lab in a box. The kind of bold thinking is audacity. Don't lose it. Protect your big, crazy ideas because they are the ones that will change the world. The second is courage. It's the guts to act on audacious ideas. It takes real bravery to step off the beaten path. Many of your friends might choose to might be choosing safer options, getting placements, and you're trying to start a company. You might face people, even relatives and teachers, who are going to say, you're too young or this will never work. But you're here, choosing to try anyway. That's courage. Third is resilience. And perhaps this is the most important of them all. This is the ability to get back up after a setback. And there will be setback, that much I promise you. Every entrepreneur, young or old, faces failures. A prototype will fail, a deal will fall through, an investor will say no. But I've seen you young folks handle this failure with such grace and tenacity. One team in our cohort built a device that completely failed in its first pilot test. It just did not work. They were devastated, naturally. But after a brief pity party, they dissected what went wrong, sought advice, and improved the design. A few months later, their device worked and even won an innovation award. That's resilience. That's treating failure as feedback, not the end. It's saying, all right, that didn't work. So what can we try next? Here's my advice. Cultivate these traits. Nurture your audacity by keeping your imagination alive. Strengthen your courage by remembering why you started. Hold that vision of the impact you want to make. And build resilience like a muscle. Every challenge you overcome makes you stronger for the next. Now, this is some very practical advice for young founders, stuff that we've learned over the last 1 year of building out the WTF fund. Number one, embrace curiosity and continuous learning. You don't know everything. Even we don't know everything. That's perfectly okay. If your idea requires learning how to code or understanding genetics or mastering video editing, dive in and learn it. Never say, "Aata nahi hai to nahi karenge." There's no point in that. किसी को सब कुछ नहीं आता, कहीं तो शुरू करना होता है आपको. Second, don't fear failure. Prototype and iterate. The earlier you start doing, the quicker you fail, the faster you'll learn. Test your ideas in the real world. If it fails, congratulations, because you just learned something valuable. Treat each version as an experiment. Third, build a tribe and seek mentors. Entrepreneurship can be a very lonely road. I'm sure a lot of you who are building here feel that every single day. The good news is it doesn't have to be. Find co-founders. You can share your passion or your friends who believe in you. Seek out mentors and don't be shy to reach out. And finally, take care of yourself. This one is so important. In the race to build the next big thing, don't run yourself into the ground. Burnout is real, and you won't help anyone if you're exhausted or depressed. So please, eat well, sleep enough, take breaks, enjoy time with friends and family. Your startup needs a healthy you. Let me close this by saying that we need a call to action. For every young person here, I said at the start that I'm here as an older sister who believes in you, and I truly deeply do. I believe that you're going to shape the future literally, so I urge you, please embrace the challenges, don't shy away from big problems, and don't feel too small if the world feels too big. Our future depends on the bold ideas and caring hearts of your generation. Whether it's climate change, inequality, education, or something your local community needs fixing, we need you to step in and tackle it. Be the ones who will say, yes, I will solve it. The world needs your optimism and your fresh perspective. It needs the solution that only you, with your unique experiences, youth, and creativity, can invent. In the spirit of the Startup Mahakumbh, let's make a collective pledge today. Young innovators, I hope you can promise that you will keep pushing boundaries and chasing those big dreams. Supporters of the young innovators, the ecosystem, your parents, your teachers, your family, promise that you will lift up these young innovators now and then with every chance you get. If we do that, I have no doubt that the future of India and indeed the world is incredibly bright. Thank you so much for listening. Now go out there and build the future. It is yours to build, and we can't wait to see what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you so much for your valuable insights and motivating all the futurepreneurs in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, up this on stage, we are going to see something that probably we have not seen something before at a public platform like this. We all welcome you here at Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And today what we are going is, of course, is a lot of hard work that has gone through by TiE Bangalore, going through almost 100 colleges. Almost 50 colleges are almost here at this Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And out of which 10 are shortlisted for the 90-second elevated pitch, what they are going to deliver on this very stage. Can you please give a big hand for this one, everyone, for TiE Bangalore? I think fantastic job done by TiE Bangalore. And I would like to call all the colleges. Students, are we ready? Perfect. So I'm going to call you in the alphabetical order. Aditya College of Engineering. Can we please have you on stage? Big hand for Aditya College of Engineering. And we need a little space here. I know I've been repeating this. We need a little more space towards the speakers. Jitne speakers ke aage khade hain, if you can go back, probably come on the left side because we need this area. Thank you so much.
So, a very good afternoon to the respected officials and my dear fellow audience who are present over here this afternoon. Well, I am Namtullah Khan from Aditya College of Engineering and Technology, presenting from Andhra Pradesh. And let's get started into our idea. My idea is basically focused on organ transplantation and donation. In India, every year 5 lakh people die due to waiting for organ transplants. And the organ donation rate is just 0.01%. Due to the severe flaws in the current systems, that is, Noto and Jeevan, like manual processes, long delays, and which is leading to organ wastage of 30%. And Also, brain death certification is taking 24 hours of time, and organ matching is taking 44 hours of time. And also, with respect to this, illegal transplantations and also many fraudulent systems are going on in the manual process that are following by the current systems that are there right now. And here comes our solution, that is Second Chance, an AI-based platform that cuts through this delay and assists the doctors with proper AI-based brain death certification process and speeding of the organ donation process with the ML-based recipient ranking system. And also, with the highest blockchain security, we will ensure that the organ donation and allocation will be done in a secured pattern through our platform. And also, with this, we will cut off the current manual process time from 72 hours to just 20 to 30 hours with the entire AI-based platform that we will be building. And we are not just building a project. It's an innovation that can save many people's lives in which many of the hospitals and organ transplantation centers will collab and subscribe for our platform through a minimal
Okay, so the
fee.
90 seconds are up. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We're so proud of the young preneurs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's have Vaibhav from Ashoka University. Vaibhav, you would like to take the podium? Perfect. So, whatever position you're comfortable, be the podium.
Yeah.
At the end, you are addressing the public.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Welcome everyone. I'm thrilled to present Kuba Protocol, our transformative approach to trade finance. Hari, a textile manufacturer from Ajmer, secured an order for 1 lakh shirts, but lacked funds for raw materials. Delays, rejections, and high interest rates made him lose the order, leaving him anxious and hopeless. His story reflects the struggles of countless MSMEs in India, and also that of my father. Did you know only 16% of MSMEs have access to formal credit, out of which the top 4% have 75% of available credit, leaving a huge unmet credit demand of $300 billion. Imagine a Bharat where every small and medium enterprise, the very backbone of our economy, had easy access to quick and affordable financing. That's where Kubar comes in. We are a technology service provider transforming MSME lending with data-driven, holistic credit underwriting and automation across processing, recollection, and monitoring. Our AI-powered models cut fund disbursement time from a week to a mere 2 hours, ensuring MSMEs get access to capital when they need it the most. Additionally, Kubar provides NBFCs with access to a pre-validated MSME customer base sourced from high-density areas like marketplaces and ERP systems, where these NBFCs can now deploy scalable and automated lending products customized with sector-specific insights. With Kubar, we can empower millions of MSMEs by securing their loans within a day, allowing them to increase their profits by up to 40%. Kubar is not just about financing. It's about empowering people like Hari to thrive and build a better and more prosperous Bharat. So, thank you.
All right. That was before 90 seconds. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vaibhav. Up next, I would like to call Neha. Neha from Chitkara University. She's brought the innovation back. You want this mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am here to present Stick Buddy. So, ये जो stick है, ये visually impaired and जो blind people होते हैं उनके लिए है और जिनका low vision होता है उनके लिए भी. जो ये stick का मुझे idea आया था वो मैंने एक blind school visit किया था, उसकी वजह से मुझे idea आया और जो हमारे elderly लोग हैं उनके लिए मुझे लगा कि ये ज़रूरत है. तो I will just show you the demo. जब भी हम इस stick को on करेंगे ये सबसे पहले user को greet करेगी और date बताएगी.
Buddy, good day. How are you? Come, let's go for a walk. I'm there with you. Today's date is 05042025.
उसके बाद जो ये चीज़ है उसमें है कि अगर हम इस बटन को एक बार प्रेस करेंगे तो ये हमें टाइम बताएगी अभी क्या करंट टाइम हो रहा है.
02:16 p.m.
उसके बाद अगर हम इसी बटन को लॉन्ग प्रेस करके रखेंगे तो ये जो अगर हमारी सराउंडिंग है उनसे हेल्प के लिए आस्क करेगी.
Hi, please help me. Hi, please help me. Hi, please help me. Time is 02:16 p.m.
उसके बाद इसमें फीचर है कि ये ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन सेंस करती है ऑन द बेस ऑफ डिस्टेंस एंड इसमें एक वाटर सेंसर है लेकिन वो मैं यहाँ पे डेमो शो नहीं कर सकती. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Neha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you so much. Quite an innovation. Well, I would now like to call Vignesh from Global Academy of Technology. Check, check. Perfect. Yeah, that sounds better.
Good afternoon, everyone. Due to insufficient resources and limited access to pioneering technology, we realize that farmers throughout our nation are unable to get access to the most optimum yield in their farms. Only 6% of farmers have reliable agricultural information, which leads to a 30 to 45% yield gap. Imagine being a farmer getting a mere small percentage of your full potential yield. We at Krishi Bhumi AI solve this problem with a triple AI model solution integrated with drone and rover technology. Our drone and rover technology has unique parameters which are combined to provide disease detection, crop recommendation, along with pesticide and manure optimization. Our service will be provided through collaboration with local agricultural dealers, creating awareness through various programs such as Krishi Manthan and tying up with FPOs. We will send our specialized teams on the platform to the farms of the agriculturists and help them generate the most exponential growth and yield, through which we can create a better nation for all our farmers and ourselves. क्योंकि कृषि की उन्नति है देश की उन्नति. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well explained. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up. All right, let's move on and call our next student. I must say, next futurepreneur, Prashant from Government Polytechnic, Deoria. Over to you.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. एग्रीकल्चर में टेक्नोलॉजी स्पेसिफिकली ड्रोन एंड एआई की डिमांड ग्रेट रेवोल्यूशन ला रही है, जिसका यूज़ हमारी टीम उत्तर प्रदेश के ज़िला देवरिया से सितंबर 24 से कर रही है. एग्रीकल्चर में 3 मेजर चैलेंजेस जिसे हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है. नंबर 1, टाइम बाउंड पेस्टिसाइड्स का छिड़काव ना हो पाना, जिसका मुख्य कारण मैनुअल लेबर की कमी. नंबर 2, पेस्टिसाइड का प्रिसाइजली यूज़ ना हो पाना, जिससे किसान की कॉस्टिंग बढ़ जाती है. नंबर 3, लोकल लेवल पर ड्रोन पायलट, ड्रोन टेक्नीशियन और ड्रोन मेंटेनेंस की कमी. अब बात करते हैं हमारे सॉल्यूशन की. हमारे द्वारा तैयार ड्रोन जिसकी फ्लाइट टाइम अप्रॉक्स 15 मिनट एंड पेलोड कैपेसिटी 10 to 12 kg है. सिंगल फ्लाइट में 2 एकड़ तक छिड़काव कर सकता है, जिससे हर दिन एक ड्रोन पायलट एक ड्रोन से 10 से 15 फ्लाइट लेकर 20 से 30 एकड़ तक छिड़काव कर रहा है, जो ट्रेडिशनली स्प्रेइंग से काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रभावित है. हमारी टीम द्वारा डेवलप्ड ड्रेन्ड एआई ड्रोन क्रॉप हेल्थ की मॉनिटरिंग कर पेस्टिसाइड के छिड़काव की मात्रा डिसाइड करता है, जिससे हम 40% तक पेस्टिसाइड को बचा रहे हैं, जिससे सॉइल फर्टिलिटी अच्छी बनी रहती है और स्प्रेइंग कॉस्ट 25% तक रिड्यूस हो जाती है, जिसका डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट हमारे मेन कस्टमर फार्मर तक जा रहा है. एज अ टेक्निकल इनिशिएटिव हम हर गांव में एक युवा को ड्रोन पायलट की ट्रेनिंग के साथ टेक्निकली स्किल्ड करेंगे, जिससे ड्रोन की मेंटेनेंस की समस्या को ऑन डिमांड सॉल्व किया जा सकता है. अब मैं अपने कंक्लूजन पे आता हूँ. अभी हमने एक ड्रोन के साथ शुरुआत किया है. अगले 1 साल में हम 5 ड्रोन और 4 बैटरी के साथ शुरुआत करेंगे. एक ड्रोन की कॉस्ट 3.5 लाख रुपए है, जिसे हम 4 से 6 सीजन में रिकवर कर लेंगे. उसके बाद हमारा बिजनेस पूरी तरह प्रॉफिटेबल होगा. थैंक यू सो मच.
Well done, Prashant. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, up next, I would like to invite Tanishq on stage from ISBR Business School. Please give him a warm welcome.
Imagine a child moved from cities to cities without access to continuous education, grappling of educational barriers, and attending of schools that are under-resourced. We are talking about the problem of students facing in Bangalore. These are the kids of migrant labor worker around 50% of them haven't received primary education, and 40% of them face a problem of linguistic barrier. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Tanishq, and let me introduce to you Rudraksh, an educational aggregator platform which will bridge the gaps between NGOs, corporates, students of migrant labor, provide the opportunity to the students so that they can have a volunteership or internship with the NGOs, student who wants to study, the kids of migrant labor can have a society where they can engrave their studies and work for their beautiful futures. CSR can work on their impact reports, and government grants can help us to fund this. This will be a Section 8 registered NGO firm. So we are not here for the funds, we are here for the cause that we are working on. Education is the area that India was to work a lot because entrepreneurs can't be made without education. So that's all what I would like to say. Thank you. Have a great day all.
Thank you so much, Tanishq, for making the best use of the 90 seconds. And now let's call our next student, and he is Madhavan from Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you know how many children in India lose their life due to lack of immunization at right time? It's about 50,000 per year. What is the reason behind it? Mothers lack the awareness of timely administration of vaccines to their children. So, myself, Madhavan, and my team, Jeevitam, aims to solve this issue. Jeevitam is a SaaS product, connects the healthcare partners and mothers. We provide timely notification of vaccines and maintain a digital record of the child at hospitals. We provide a marketplace at our app where people can sell the childcare products with commissions. We are currently working with 100 mothers and 2 hospitals, and we are in the full pace of expanding our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Pramath from RV Institute of Management. Big hand, everyone, for all the students. We need more energy in the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, Team OZ, is here to tackle a critical problem in the medicine sector. Did you know 1 in 5 people face prescription error problems? Due to inexperience of employees in small retail medical stores, in India, 31% of population, over 43 crore people, cannot afford costly medicines. Despite of affordability of generic drugs, awareness remains low. Only 33% of people know about generic medicine. In that also, only 13% people trust and use generics. The problem doesn't stop here. Only more than 60% of small retail shop owners lack knowledge about analytical technology to handle inventory management, leading to inefficiency and opportunities lost to gain more. So, OZ is here to solve the problem. Know before you go. Users can search medicines via voice, AI-powered prescription scans, reduce errors and supporting regional languages. The app instantly shows nearest Janaushadhi Kendra with availability, price and distance, along with the nearby pharmacies for easy comparison. Our alternative tab uses AI to suggest equivalent brands with the same composition for better choice. Once the store is selected, the guide medicine description for the proper usage medicine complete with 360 view for the medicine. Our go-to-market strategy begins with a pilot launch in urban, rural areas where affordability and access matters the most. By partnering with local pharmacies, we will boost adoption through doctor referrals, regional languages and promotions. Our revenue model projects break even by the end of 2 years, and we are seeking an investment of 6 crores to build and scale our platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want a bigger round of applause for all the students. I think this is not easy, trust me. I was not this confident when I was at that age. Well, with this, now I would like to call Abhishek Maurya from Tula's Institute.
Good evening. What if I told you that your body is talking, but no one is listening? We wait for symptoms, book an appointment, stand in long queues, but then it's too late. Smartwatches, fancy toys, hospitals overcrowded, rural areas, no access, emergencies don't wait. Why should healthcare? Meet Pragati, the AI nerds that turns a handshake into health check. One grip and Pragati scans your vitals, BP, ECG, SpO2, stress, temperature and mental health in seconds. No wires, no hassles, just instant AI-powered health insights. Feeling unwell? Pragati connects you to doctor instantly. Critical vitals, emergency alerts go out automatically. No delays, no deaths, just real-time healthcare. This isn't just a theory. Pragati has already saved a life. At Delhi Public School Haridwar, a 7th grade student casually gripped Pragati after games period. In seconds, the system flagged him in red zone. His BPM showed an anomaly. An emergency alert and auto-generated report reached to the doctor instantly. The result, doctor discovered a small hole in his heart. Early detection saved his life. He is now treated. That's one life saved, millions more to go. We have tested Pragati with top hospitals, Civil Hospital Roorkee, Max Hospital Dehradun, and has been validated by Uttarakhand Medical Council. With 50 lakhs funding, we are ready to take Pragati nationwide, from cities to the most remote villages. This is not a dream, it's the future of healthcare, and the future is now. Your body is sending signals, Pragati listens. The question is, will you? Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for him. And now it's time to call the last student on stage. So let's call Samira from Vignan Pharmacy College. Let's have her on stage with a huge round of applause.
Very good afternoon to everyone, dignitaries and futurepreneurs present here. We the team of Vignan Pharmacy College, Guntur from the state of Andhra Pradesh. So we came up with the two core problems of our nation. One is the menstrual cramps and another is the rural women and student girls are suffering with many health related issues due to the delayed diagnosis and also limited health access for some areas. So for this we came up with a great solution, that is Magna Care Smart Menstrual Care with mineral evolution for pain-free menstruation and also integrated health diagnosis. So it contains two stages. One is developed process. We have already developed, that is nothing but Magna pads which are used for pain-free menstruation. And second is the in-process development, which contains detachable strip inside of our Magna pad, which is used for detection of anemia, diabetes and also PCOS conditions in before, by using the waste blood. So in this we have done an Magna Care application which is used for detection of these all conditions through an analytical device. So we can see all the women through their waste blood we can get the diagnosis and also pain-free menstruation in single product. So we want to see after the 3 to 4 years, we want to see every woman population of our nation with pain-free menstruation and also health and well-being with a great success, right? And next, coming to that, we have got
Samir,
a
I'm sorry, but we have
prototype,
to cut you for the 90 seconds.
prototype for our first product. And Think Pharmacy, Think Health. Thank you from Team Vignan.
I loved your way. Thank you. मेरे को अपना pitch खत्म करना है तो करना है. Perfect. I mean, that's how. I mean, in fact, yesterday, I was listening to one of the biggest venture capitalists of India, and he said that you exactly have. यहाँ तो फिर I think we are talking about the 90-second. We were talking about 30-second. He mentioned that anybody who can grab my attention. I'm talking about one of India's biggest venture capitalists who was there yesterday for a session. He said it that probably I would take your 30 seconds. मैं शायद अगर आपको मेरी attention लेनी है तो आपके पास सिर्फ और सिर्फ 30 सेकंड है. And I think that's what the competitive spirit is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are all set to welcome our guest of honor. मैं चाहूँगा आप जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें इस मंच पर श्री जयंत चौधरी जी का, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, और उनके साथ हमारे मदन पत्तकी जी, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ टाई बैंगलोर. जैन जी के लिए जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें एवरीवन. लेट्स गिव अ वार्म वेलकम टू जैन जी. जैन जी आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. अ वेरी वार्म वेलकम टू यू सर. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका सर. स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025 एंड वी आर रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हियर फ्रॉम यू. मदन जी, ओवर टू यू.
Thank you so much, and Jayanji, warm welcome again, and thank you for sitting in and listening to the pitches, the 90-second pitches by our young entrepreneurs. I think it's truly an honor for them to have you listen into these pitches. So, as the Minister for Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, you would have interacted with a whole lot of entrepreneurs, youth. From where you sit, what is your perspective of the skills and entrepreneurial thinking in our young people? Some thoughts of yours and reflections.
Well, I think we saw brilliant examples. I think country is going in the right direction. There is a lot of churn in Indian society, and both of us were sitting commenting. A lot of the people who came up, the young boys and girls, they're from rural India, from tier 2, tier 3 towns, and they have a problem-solving approach. Inherently, all of their products or businesses are catering to challenges which are societal challenges for India as we are a growing nation. I think they should all be proud of it. I was an MP where I was one MP of the party. So I used to get 2 to 3 minutes to speak in parliament. मतलब मैं खड़े होके जब तक भूमिका बनाता था तो घंटी बजनी शुरू हो जाती थी. But they actually explained their whole business, did the whole pitch in only 90 seconds. Correct. So you don't really need that much time to tell your story. And so they should all be proud of their achievement. You're very right. Entrepreneurial thinking is a mindset as well. It is also a skill. And how you approach it comes down to what you think. Are leaders born or are they made? I was born in a political family, it's no secret. But I do believe that leaders are forged through fire, perseverance. They have to be adaptable, resilient. They have to learn how to lose. Your first idea is not going to, make you Bill Gates. So you have to be really a risk taker. If you're risk averse, go get a job. If you really want to take risks, you need your own venture.
Absolutely.
And provide jobs.
Absolutely.
So it's a mindset. It has to be seeded young. I think now we're moving towards that with NEP, which is National Education Policy 2020. It gives us the mandate कि वो घोड़े की वो लगा के नहीं आपको चलना है. Rigidity नहीं build करना है. Your academia should not be divorced from industry, from research. So NEP actually gives us that space, whether it's in our universities or even our school curriculum. Now our books are being revised. So it's a multidisciplinary approach. Entrepreneurial thinking पे अलग chapter लिखने का फ़ायदा नहीं है, वो हर चीज़ में आपको build करना है. So we're building the curriculum to address that issue. In the skills domain as well, something called employability. What is the measure of employability? We have big corporates who keep commenting that even the top products coming out of the best educational institutions, we have to hire them and train them. Their technical proficiency might be right. They're good with their technique, with the application of what they've learned, their degree. But how do you work in an organization? The key skills, your life skills, how you behave, how you do team working, how you delegate, how you take on responsibility, the morality of working with others. All of those things can be called being employable. So what is that measure of employability? Whether it's in schools, whether it's in a polytechnic, whether it's in an ITI, whether it's a beneficiary of PMKVY scheme, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, we have to now start measuring that.
Exactly.
So we are building our systems to target that. And now, employability, 30 hour, 60 hour, 90 hour, 120 hour. 4 national occupational standards have been built by the regulator, which is the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. And every beneficiary of our skilling programs, whether it's short term, whether it's a 1-year or 2-year diploma program through ITIs or polytechnics, it is mandatory that employability curriculum will be taught to each and every one of them.
Absolutely.
So, but there's only so much that government policy can address. Through the chaotic growth patterns of India, a new India is emerging.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zah. I think you made some very critical points. In fact, I was just reminded as you were speaking when our Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the Stand-Up India, Startup India, almost 10 years ago. His vision was we need a nation of job creators and not just job seekers. And we can see that in abundant evidence over the last 10 years where the mindset is changing, fueled by the growth itself that we've seen in the startup world here. The other point that you made, Janji, is about educational systems now being flexible to incorporate entrepreneurial skills, right? So just to dig a little deeper, what's your views on how should, we have a lot of educationists here from across the country as well. Your thoughts on how should we really start embedding entrepreneurial thinking, not just at the college level, but at the school level as well? Because that is a critical 21st century skill.
Learning by doing, experiential kind of learning methods, the pedagogy has to address this gap. There is a gap. Textbook, rote learning, while it has a role, our traditional education system has built a certain value and an ethic which is recognized and respected globally, which is why Indians, whether they're in Norway or US or Germany or Denmark or Australia or Japan, wherever they are working as professionals or as entrepreneurs, they've elevated the game, right? But at the same time, NEP does recognize that we have to make a shift, right? So therefore, we need to create leaders for tomorrow. So I think the key of the game is experiential learning. In our schools, we've given guidelines for bagless days. We've allowed people from outside the school system to come and engage with students, become mentors. And here I would invite, the 10 entrepreneurs we heard, and there's so many others. This location here today is teeming with masses and masses of creative and innovative people. I'd invite all of you to engage with your alma maters, your alumni of a certain institution, go back to that institution, give back in your own way, engage with the students in 8th class, 9th class, 10th class. Children that young today are so capable.
Exactly.
And on the technology and future skills aspect, what we're trying to do, because a lot of these products and services that we heard people pitch about today were basically technology solutions. And what technology today enables a country like India to do is to leapfrog. Where we have old legacy systems and we don't have the capital or the appetite to rebuild or build anew, immediately using technology, we can provide public services at the doorsteps of the beneficiaries. So it's accountable, it's trackable, it's deliverable. So for technology, I think the key thing is in education, we need to really integrate the teaching methods. We need to have people who are aware. Our students should be very comfortable using technology. And here again, we're building out a new program which will be tremendous impact at scale when we're able to implement it. And we're calling it SOAR, which is skilling for AI readiness.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So AI has become the buzzword, I think, a lot of the students here were talking about AI.
Well, yeah.
What we want to tell the world is, even our students in 6th class, in 8th class, in 10th class, they understand the concept of AI. They understand what AI ethics means, and they understand how to apply it, and tomorrow they can build on it. So we want to tell the world that our 25 crore students in our schools are AI ready.
Wonderful.
We want to be the first country to make that claim.
Wonderful.
So we're going to start that in small batches in a pilot through some of our schools and some chosen institutions. We're going to create the course curriculum and the content. It'll be purely online. And we'll encourage students to go through that process, go through the threshold and tell the world that they're ready.
Fantastic. No, I think that's absolutely I was just reading that about 200, 300 years ago, mathematics was considered as an esoteric art, right? Until it got democratized. Similarly, I think the AI democratization that you're talking about as an essential building block skill is so critical for the future of our nation. Completely with you on that, sir. In fact, you also alluded to employability skills. In fact, I break down the entrepreneurial thinking into 5 C's. Right? One is confidence. You saw the confidence with which each of our young persons came and pitched. Communication.
I mean, they were asking for 6 crores and 40 lakhs without blinking an eyelid.
Exactly. And as you were saying, I can't imagine myself being at that age and coming and standing in front of this.
जब I was their age, तो बॉलीवुड की फिल्म में भी फिरौती मांगी जाती थी 5 लाख रुपए. हाँ, किडनैपिंग हो गई है, 5 लाख रुपए दोगे वरना.
Now we've added a couple more zeros to that. Right. So you saw the communication with, the skills, and there was also, of course, critical thinking. We also saw massive compassion emerging, because most of the ideas they were pitching to solve problems of others. And lastly, we were also witness to collaboration. In fact, while we saw only one person coming in on the stage, we had said you have to work as a team of 10 people. And we have 10 students from each of the colleges who come. Okay. So to your point, Jayanji, what do you think, your perspective on what are the most critical skills that our young persons must acquire to be employable, to be entrepreneurs, or whatever?
I think that's a great question. Curiosity, for one, to be able to listen. And you look at the people, the leaders, and the people you admire in your own families, if you look at them growing up, and it's a very young audience. The people you really love in your own families, could be an uncle, could be your mother, could be an aunt, could be a grandmother. Typically, they're the ones who sit down with you and listen to you. So that is the most key management tool. And I've seen leaders who are at the very top, they're very good at listening and imbibing. Because essentially, when you're listening to someone, you're giving them respect. If you don't give them that basic courtesy and respect, you will start building angst. You'll start building tension in that relationship. So that's the number one skill. And curiosity. It has to be built through curiosity. And what curiosity means is that you're going to continuously learn and keep evolving as a human being. And you'll be adaptive.
Beautiful.
Whatever threats come in, and today, the world is changing at unforeseen, rapid pace. Pehle, we were a planned economy, 5-year plans. Now, you can't estimate what the requirement will be in 5 years. Exactly. Especially with AI. And this is anyone who's a technology person, expert, I speak to them and I ask them, tum batao, engineers ki zarurat hai, coders ki zarurat hai, ya philosophy students ki zarurat padegi? Do you need someone who understands the market and can just think and create a product without the technical core skills, or do you need more engineers and more coders? Tell us so we can design our education systems accordingly. And to that person, when I'm asked them that question, every one of them is flustered and floundered. Because no one has an answer.
Correct.
So what direction will society take? We don't know. So there's so many new things that are going to come in your lives. So curiosity, ability to listen, and be adaptive.
Wonderful. That learning to learn, especially in the age of AI, it's scary at the times that you can see in the morning what you thought was the holy truth is not the truth anymore by the end of the day. Let me shift gears to the startup world a bit, Jayanji, and I will put you in a spot to say that if you were to be, you're of course, it's only appropriate that we have a young minister in charge of skills development and entrepreneurship of the country. I think that's very heartening.
Relatively young.
Relatively younger. So if you were to roll the clock back a couple of decades, and let's say you were to do a startup today, what would you do and why? What would your idea be? Or what sector?
Ice cream delivery? No. No, I won't venture into more controversy. Well, it's a very good question you've asked me. I'll have to think about it. Do I get 90 seconds?
You. Then you have to deliver a pitch as well.
I think I would be doing what these children are doing.
Right.
Solving a problem. For me, what really appealed to me were the solutions on agriculture.
Right.
And I see that when we were discussing that your one mobile, your one device
will become.
It could be in your hand, it could be in your glasses, could be one device you're carrying with you, which will encompass you 360 degrees. And it will have sensors. So if you want to have a breathalyzer, you want to test your blood, you want to test your pulse, you want to give you health impacts, you want to be connected to social media, you want to talk to someone, you want to video call someone, whatever. That should be enabled through that one device. And what that will do in agriculture is, for instance, a farmer can then be more technical.
Correct.
The biggest problem and the resistance we face with the farming community is that this is an age-old practice, generation to generation. अब लड़के ने MBA कर लिया है, but नौकरी नहीं मिली, BA कर लिया, नौकरी नहीं मिली, वो खेती कर रहा है. और वो खेती उसी हिसाब से कर रहा है जो उसने देखा है.
Exactly.
अब आप एग्री साइंस के बेस्ट कॉन्सेप्ट को बना लीजिए, लैब में विकसित कर लीजिए. उस तक पहुंचाने में और उसको अडॉप्ट कराने में बहुत रेजिस्टेंस होता है. क्योंकि द फार्मर सेज के इसका निवेश कौन करेगा? मेरे पास संसाधन नहीं है, मेरे पास पूंजी नहीं है, मैं 3 बीघे 2 एकड़ की मैं खेती है, जमीन है, मैं क्या कर लूँगा? कितना कमा लूँगा? So risk taking capacity is very low. So the biggest challenge in agriculture is getting the farming community to adapt to the latest technology and the techniques. And this is where some device like this, where a farmer can do analysis of his soil, and he can look at the climate, and what the reports are telling him, when should the sowing be done, when should the inputs be put in. And also for dairy, a lot of the times our efficiency and yields are affected because, in dairy especially, you see cows are roaming free.
Yeah.
So what is the right time? When are they in heat? When are you supposed to, fertilize that? That is a very scientific, technical thing. So all of those solutions can be at the click of a button, in your palm, made very, very easy without having any extra expenditure. So I feel for me, applicability in rural areas, and I know Madanji, you're also passionate about what you call urban, right?
Rubenomics, yeah.
So the animalistic spirits of the Indian economy are today not in Delhi and Bangalore and Mumbai. Don't mind if someone from those cities. They're in Meerut and Kanpur and Ranchi and all other cities, smaller towns and villages of our country.
Absolutely, and we totally resonate with this call. We call it as sometimes as mass entrepreneurship, that you need an upsurge of entrepreneurs to come from every nook and corner of the country. And as you rightfully called, solving agriculture problems, you don't have to relocate to any other city. There's enough and more of problems to be solved in every region of the country. I know we are between, people are waiting with bated breath for the awards
Am I supposed to say?
announcement. So we'll move to the award, but I just want to leave you with, leave the audience with one last thought from you. We have again a lot of our youngsters here who are come from across the world and across the country and watching us. Any final thoughts that you want to share as advice, or the way that they can engage with the government to solve several of the issues that we face?
Yeah, I think there's so many schemes, and I've said this before, and if I repeat it, I'll probably get into trouble. Let me tell you, because I'm on the inside now. I've been in opposition, now I'm in government. The intentions of government are always very good. Your leaders are thinking about the nation, their heart is ticking, it's in the right place, it's ticking for you. How we can enable you and empower you and strengthen our country and make it a developed country in a reasonable time frame. That is the plan. But the problem is in the delivery. It's in the bottom line, it's in the fine print. Lot of times there's a thought, but to translate that thought into actual implementable policy, there are various steps you need to take. And every lever in that process, it is almost, the schemes are designed in a way sometimes, unintentionally so, that the beneficiary doesn't even know that this scheme is made for them. So it's so obtuse. मतलब मुझे भी सरकारी योजनाओं को समझने के लिए मुझे लगता है मेरी PhD हो जाएगी. जो मैं मंत्री बनाऊं कुछ ही समय पे मुझे इतना सीखने को मिला है. There is no space where government doesn't already have a scheme.
Yeah.
The question is, as empowered, active citizens, we need an active civil society.
Yes.
We need to have a movement in the country where we must encourage our young people to engage with political processes, systems, with governments at various levels.
Wonderful.
And they need to understand it. So, startup space में अभी schemes हैं.
Exactly.
Fund of funds है. Venture funding है, seed funding है. आपके skilling के लिए initiatives हैं. हमारे NISBAD है, IIE है. Both these organizations are also here participating. You just need to engage and understand and come forward.
Wonderfully said. On that terrific note, Janji, I think on behalf of all of us here, we are committed to engaging. We are committing to being that change makers and change leaders at the ground level. And I'm sure with the energies of everyone in this room, we can truly not just dream, but make our dreams of Viksit Bharat become very real much faster. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a huge round of applause to Jayantji for sharing your thoughts in such a free-flowing, candid fashion. And I'm sure this is the first of many engagements that we will have with this
Thank you, Madanji. Thanks for the platform. And I'm really excited to be here.
Thank you, sir.
जयंत जी, it's a pleasure hearing you. और आप जैसे विजनरी लीडर हैं हमारे इंडिया में, तभी हमें लगता है कि हम अपने स्किल सेट का सही इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस ग्रैंड इवेंट. बट मैं ऑफ कोर्स आपका यहाँ पे हमें आपका काफ़ी समय चाहिए, बिकॉज लॉट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स नीड्स टू बी अप्रिशिएटेड ऑन दिस वेरी स्टेज. एंड मदन जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कंडक्टिंग दिस सेशन सो वेल फॉर अस. कैन वी प्लीज गिव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. जयंत जी एंड मदन जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां. एंड सबसे पहला मेरा काम
Well, ladies and gentlemen, इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाना है, लेकिन उससे पहले एक छोटी सी दरख्वास्त है. जितने भी लोग यहाँ खड़े हैं ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड,
करेक्ट, मुझे थोड़ा सा शायद यहाँ तक आना पड़े, बिकॉज वी हैव द राइट कंसोल ओवर देयर. सो वी वांट क्लियर पैसेज. वी वांट अ क्लियर पैसेज. आप यहाँ तो एकदम लेफ्ट साइड पे जा सकते हैं या एकदम एट द बैक. और जितने लोग प्लीज बीच में भी खड़े हैं. सो एक्चुअली वी हैव मोस्ट ऑफ द जर्नलिस्ट देयर एज वेल ऑन द वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग्स. वी वांट यू टू प्लीज टेक योर सीट. मैं चाहूँगा आप बस बैठ जाएं. हाँ, आराम से सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. मैं आपके लिए काम कर रहा हूँ सर. गुस्सा नहीं सर, गुस्सा नहीं. सबको बिठा दिया सर. हाँ, तो कोई भी प्लीज बीच में ना खड़ा हो. ये मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, दरख्वास्त है. नोबडी स्टैंडिंग देयर इन द मिडल फ्रॉम द राइट एंड फ्रॉम द लेफ्ट. आई एम सॉरी बट वी हैव टू मैनेज दिस बिकॉज देयर इज अ प्रोटोकॉल दैट वी आर मैनेजिंग हियर. पीपल एक्सट्रीम राइट जो मेरे साथ यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, वी रिक्वेस्ट यू, वी आर हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट टू यू. आप यहाँ तो एकदम, इफ यू कैन गो टूवर्ड्स द बैक और कम टूवर्ड्स द एक्सट्रीम लेफ्ट. थैंक यू.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, चलिए आइए इस दिन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. And now, since we have Shri Jayant ji and Madan ji with us, so let's have the felicitation of our aspiring students. So, Sahil, can we have
Absolutely.
the names?
Inviting the colleges in ascending order who made it. Sure. So, but of course, the first thing is to felicitate the gentleman here. Madan ji, मैं चाहूँगा कि आप जयंत जी को यहाँ पे स्वागत करें. जयंत जी, can you please have the felicitation? A big round of applause for Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji one more time, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. Kaushal Bharat, Kushal Bharat, Skill India, what we talk.
And absolutely, it is an honor to have Shri Jayant ji amongst us, gracing day 3 at Startup Mahakumbh at Bharat Mandapam. And what a wonderful opportunity for all of us to hear him live today.
Prize distribution shuru kare?
Bilkul.
Let's do that. Inviting the colleges in ascending order who made it to the top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for RV Institute of Management. RV Institute of Management, can we please have you on stage?
Let's have you on stage to receive your award, please.
Big hand for RV Institute of Management. Big round of applause for RV Institute of Management, everyone. The next one is ISBC Business School. ISBR Business School, can we please have you on stage? ISBR Business School.
Keep clapping, everyone. Let's give a big hand. ISBR Business School, let's have you on stage to receive the award and for a picture opportunity.
Aditya College of Engineering, please be ready with us. A A big round of applause for ISBR Business School. Please give a big hand for Aditya College of Engineering.
Let's give a big hand, everyone, for Aditya College of Engineering.
And now we would like to invite Global Academy of Technology. Big hand for Global Academy of Technology.
Let's have you on stage to receive the award. Global Academy of Technology. I'll request all the awardees, as we are taking your names, you can probably quickly come on stage to receive your award and honor.
Up next, we have Global Academy of Technology joining us on stage. Please give them a big hand, everyone. So that was Global Academy of Technology. Moving on to the Popular Choice Awards. Well, this award goes to the one for whom the entire audience voted. And this one goes to Ashoka University.
Many congratulations, Ashoka University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Ashoka University.
Congratulations, Ashoka University. Moving on to the jury awards. And this one is for Government Polytechnic Deoria.
Heartiest congratulations, Government Polytechnic Deoria. Let's give a big hand for Government Polytechnic Deoria. And that's a government college in UP, just to elaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, taaliyan honi chahiye everyone for Government Polytechnic Deoria, UP.
The next jury award, this is for Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. Big hand for Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. And after this, I'm going to announce the top 3 teams.
Let's have Raja Lakshmi Engineering College on stage to receive their award. Many congratulations.
So are we ready for the top 3 teams? Institutes, are we excited? Are we ready? All right. So that is Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. That's the jury award. And now we are going to announce the top 3 teams. And the third position goes to Vignan Pharmacy College.
Many congratulations, Vignan Pharmacy College. Let's give it up, everyone. They're the top 3 awardees.
Time to announce the second position. The second position goes to Tula's Institute.
Let's give it up for Tula's Institute.
Of course, the first position. Yep. I would like to have the second position, Tula's Institute, first on the stage. And the first position is for Chitkara University. Please be ready with us.
A huge round of applause for Chitkara University. Let's have Chitkara University awardees. Many congratulations for being on the first position. Let's have the group on stage to receive the award. Let's put our hands together, everyone. Truly deserving. What an amazing innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together.
Jain ji, thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, sir. Madan ji, thank you. Thank you so much. आप हमारे साथ ही रहने वाले, of course. Yeah. और मैं सभी से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि हम सभी लोग प्लीज बैठे रहें. Request everyone to please be seated. As after this, we are going to have another panel discussion. We are going to have the very famous Bollywood actress Sonam Kapoor Ahuja here with us.
So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I know people are really excited. Especially, we have a lot of fangirls following who follow her for her style and, you know, her fashionable clothes and everything. So stay tuned. This is not it. Today, we will get an opportunity to hear some insights from her. So ladies and gentlemen, just wait for some time and then she's going to join us very shortly.
Absolutely. So requesting everyone to please take their seats and if you can please clear the passage from the right. Just by any chance, if you're standing, we request you to please take your seats. Or maybe if you can move completely towards the end. And we request your patience. Thank you so much for being a fantastic audience. Wherever you're sitting, if you would like to be a part of the next panel discussion, you're most welcome. Please be seated. Don't move. Just in case if you want to move out at the moment, you can. Thank you.
Yes, please settle down, everyone. And please take care for the property around, the doors, the television. Do not harm anything here. And I hope and I believe everybody is following the decorum. And it's much cleaner, it's much comfortable for all of us when people are settled down. I think they have a clear view of this stage and something to look forward in some time from now, because we have someone joining us on stage and we are truly excited to have her today at Day 3 Startup Mahakumbh here at Bharat Mandapam. All right, how many of us are excited for the next fireside chat? Can we please, only one? Is it? All right. No, I can see more hands out there at the back. So stay tuned, everyone, something to look forward. And of course, another fireside chat coming up for you shortly. So be with us, stay tuned, stay connected.
संजीव जी, मुझे पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों लगता है कि जैसे मैं आपको देखता हूं मुझे लगता है so much of wisdom that could come out of you and there are so many students sitting here with us. So आप हमारे जो futurepreneurs हैं, I'm sure a lot of people, because in the morning we had a very different audience. Each time the audience is changing. So what is your message to the youth, if I may ask? Sanjeev ji, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Sanjeev ji one more time.
Political statement नहीं दे सकते भाई हम लोग.
हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल.
I
Founders for the futurepreneurs.
Yeah. I think in next 5 years, if anybody can look out for something, that would be one which is entrepreneurs. And the second piece is that if any industry which is going to be the largest employer in India and in the world will be the entrepreneur as an industry. The startups ecosystem will be the largest employer. The third thing is India and the Bharat, and this is my yesterday evening's and today morning's favorite statement, that if Bharat entrepreneurs were to see, or the world has to see the Bharat entrepreneurs in a way question mark, what will it look like? The Bharat entrepreneurs in the future by the world. My answer is North Star that gives the direction for the world. The Bharat entrepreneur will give the direction of entrepreneurs to the world. And that is what I see. And I look forward to you to contribute to that journey of Viksit Bharat. All the best, guys. Enjoy your life. Have full fun. God bless you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. And a lot of people already know Sanjeev ji here, but I would like to give an introduction. That's Sri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta ji, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Please give a big hand for him, sir. It's a pleasure having you here with us. So, Mehak, we are just waiting for the moment, I'm sure. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again. Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And we are all set for the next panel discussion right up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, कहा जाता है कि इंडिया में सिर्फ 3 चीज़ें बड़ी कमाल तरीके से चलती है. इसको हम पॉलिटिक्स जो कि हमारे साथ यहाँ पे रहा, दूसरा क्रिकेट जो हम रोज़ देखते हैं, and then of course the Bollywood. So we are deeply inspired by these 3 things, be it politics, cricket and Bollywood. And of course, we have one of the ladies probably who is a biggest inspiration to all the girls sitting here in this house. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon stage. Please give a big round of applause for the one and only Sonam Kapoor Ahuja.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for gorgeous Sonam Kapoor Ahuja. Sonam, very warm welcome at day 3. Start.
Everyone, can we make some noise for Sonam? Everyone. How many Sonam fans we have in the house? All the fans make some noise? All right, perfect. Sonam, welcome to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. So many founders, entrepreneurs sitting here in this room. Looking forward to hear from you.
Absolutely. Sonam, since you're here, we would love to have that opportunity to hear from you. And the next topic is very interesting. It is from the boardroom to the spotlight, navigating the ecosystem. And for this, I would like to call our moderator on stage, Mr. Mohit Bhasin, Partner Economic Growth, KPMG.
Bhasin sir, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Surely looking forward for this panel discussion.
Namaste. Hello, everybody. Is my voice clear?
Thank you for joining, Sonam. A pleasure having you. And thank you, everyone, for this overwhelming participation, which I could definitely guess, especially this entire forum is full of a lot of youth, a lot of energy. Last 2.5 days has been full of energy. When you walk through the corridors, when you attend these kind of forums, there's a lot of energy we have. And thank you, Sonam, for you are fairly unique in our Indian landscape, being an icon in the film industry, moving to a totally different stream of an entrepreneurial business-owned journey. It has been definitely an experience, I'm sure, for you. So, I mean, I would like all of our audience to take an inspiration from a woman entrepreneur, especially moving from one level of orbit to another equally powerful and a shining level of orbit. I would like you to share your experience rather than me speaking that how do you see that change has happened for you?
See, honestly, you know, when you are any sort of, if you're a worker and if you like to do research and you like to read, I think it's very easy to kind of do well in things that you're passionate about. And, you know, whatever I choose to do or decide to do, I always have the right people guiding me and listening. I listen a lot. I feel it's very important to listen and to learn. You know, I think, you know, when we were walking and you said, I'm not used to this, you must be used to this. I am never used to it. I think the one thing is you should never think you're good. I feel you should keep striving to be better and do better and learn more and never feel कि मुझे सब कुछ आता है, मुझे सब कुछ पता है, मैं सब कुछ कर सकती हूँ. So I've never had that attitude. मुझे कुछ नहीं पता है, मुझे कुछ नहीं आता है और मुझे करना पड़ेगा, मेहनत करना पड़ेगा और मुझे सीखना पड़ेगा. I think that is the one attitude you need to have in whatever business you're in, whatever you can, you know, whatever you want to do, and that's the only way to succeed. Humility.
Indeed, thank you. It's a pretty impressive message for all of us. Whatever you are trying to do as an individual, in whatever professional or personal capacity, the appetite to learn
100%.
from your surroundings, be it your seniors or even your juniors or counterparts, colleagues, the entire mindset, the humbleness and the appetite to learn is all what makes a big difference. Now moving up the ladder and becoming an icon in the film industry at a point in time. And I know you have delivered some fantastic movies which we all love to watch. And I like taking polls from the audience, but this time I'm not going to ask them that who does not know you. I am sure everybody would have watched that. So moving to that journey, and from there moving to the corporate side of it, being a women entrepreneur, managing and being a part of your business, family business, investing yourself, how do you see the challenges unfolding vis-a-vis that life versus the life of the corporate?
As an actor, you are working for someone, right? You are an individual. You have to do your work and then you leave. There is no like, I don't know how to explain it. Like now when I'm working with my husband or with my father-in-law, there is I'm doing both, but that is a more long-term, more investment is needed mentally, emotionally, physically, right? It's a long race. In films, it's like, you're an athlete. It's that film, that point, and you go there almost like a consultant. You go there, you do your job, and you leave. Right? So it's different. It's not, and being an entrepreneur, being a part of a business and running a business is very different from being an actor, where you're going there and you're doing one thing and then you like my sister is more an entrepreneur. As a producer, where you're building a company over there, right? She's building AKFC, she's building that, you're building a brand, you're building a company. I go there, I work, I get my money and I leave. You know what I'm saying? It's very different.
So, if I understand correctly, entrepreneurship journey is more like a long haul.
Yeah, it's
long play.
it's a lambi race ka ghoda jo bolte hai na. It's that it's not, and I've noticed a lot of people are creating businesses that they want to flip very quickly, and that I feel never works, right? Don't build something to sell it. Build something that will have longevity. Eventually, that will only sell better, right? And that's what I've learned. Whatever little bit I've learned from my dad or from my sister, anybody, my father-in-law and my husband and whatever, that's what I've learned. That when you build something, don't build it because you think this is going to be the next unicorn, this is going to be the next something. You have to build it because you believe in it, and you build it because you really feel that the consumer needs it, the world needs it, and you want to build a legacy.
I'm just trying to correlate the first two responses you have given, and I've been meeting a lot of colleagues here, and I would say 9.9 out of 10 members who walk into me and say, "Sir, are you an investor?" Right? I would like you to invest. Right? It's not about raising an investment. It's about learning from someone, what you said in the first response, right? And then trying to understand from your ecosystem to build that next level. Investment will fall in. It is very easy to raise investment in a country like India, which is booming. Yeah. Then getting that one advice, which is a breakthrough, right? I'm sure you must have gone through a lot of challenges in your business journey, building up your own enterprise, building up your startup ecosystem around. What are some of the challenges you have faced, and is there anything unique you would like to call out being a women entrepreneur, and any lesson for our budding women entrepreneurs or existing women entrepreneurs here?
See, honestly, I come from a place of privilege, right? It's not like, so I have a kind of a safety net for me in a lot of ways. So I don't think I have, my challenge is to kind of invest in things that I feel like I believe in. I honestly don't think there's any challenges for me really. I have to be very, very honest. My challenge is to look at people who need that idea, and that for me is my responsibility and the privilege that I have, that I owe that responsibility to. So I'm like, okay, this is where I come from, this is what I have from the very beginning, whether I was my father's daughter or I am my father-in-law's daughter-in-law. I feel it comes with a lot of privilege, and it's to use that in the right way, in the most responsible way. That is my challenge.
I'm sure. So when you are coming with that privilege background, it also comes with a lot of responsibilities.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean, yeah.
Right? And then it also gives you a difficult level in your mind that am I performing and meeting that expectation?
100%, but at the same time, you also have a responsibility to redistribute what you've got, right? It's very, very important. So it's also very important to invest in like homegrown brands, to invest in brands that you feel are helping society, helping. There's in some way, it's not only about making that buck, but it's also about making sure that there's got longevity in it, and it's like female entrepreneurs, investing in female entrepreneurs, because that's what is needed right now, right? As the idea is to invest responsibly as well and ethically as well. That is what the responsibility is.
No, definitely. I totally sync up with you with the kind of privilege and the responsibility giving back to the society is equally thing. I think as an entrepreneur, if one starts to think long term, one starts to think building grounds up for a longer period, and especially if you can complement that with the intent of giving back, it's the right package which most of it can build in your narrative. And if you go with this narrative and call out in the market, friends, the money is not a problem.
Yeah, I think idealism, to be idealistic is now not, I feel a lot, it's looked down upon to have idealism in whatever you do. Because only when I feel if you're idealistic and you look towards doing to invest in the right thing, eventually everything comes. There's the law of karma, right? Invest, it's like a bank balance. You have to put in the right area to get the returns.
Absolutely. And I think it starts with your thinking first.
Yeah.
Then your approach of what you're doing, right? If you're
Exactly.
thinking right, you talk right, you behave right, and then your things become quite visible on that.
200%.
Now, moving from some of the lessons, being a fashion icon to the business icon, what are the few messages you would like to deliver to some of our friends here? Because maintaining that status quo in itself is a big, demanding, role.
I don't know if I think you don't mind working hard towards something if you're enjoying it and you feel like you're being yourself. I have always unapologetically been myself, whether it was the clothes I wore, the films I chose, or whatever business I chose to invest in. I really do not believe you need to pander to what society expects from you. You need to just be yourself, be idealistic, be kind, be open-minded, and learn. And things just fall the way they're supposed to fall.
Now, sir, what is changing in the current landscape? This entire initiative of Startup India started roughly 9 years back. We have some overwhelming numbers in terms of unicorns, in terms of startup, in terms of funding. The orbit is changing now. We have become much more agile. We are also trying to bring inclusivity with a special call out of newer segments, especially the women-led entrepreneurship. Even yesterday we have talked about a new segment, which is student entrepreneurship, bringing students from school to become an entrepreneur. We are calling it as a youth entrepreneur, right? What's your take on terms of exploring these new segments of entrepreneurship, which is led by, let's say, a young entrepreneur or a women entrepreneur? Any thoughts on that?
We should be looked at, India should be looked at as a land of opportunity. And the more we kind of explore, we give voice and we give a stage to all kinds of people, and we are inclusive of them, it will truly become that, because we have the potential to, and clearly the numbers show that we are that. So we need to make sure that we keep indulging in the right direction of being inclusive in who we're investing in, because everybody who is anybody was not somebody when they started, right? So you never know who that person is going to be or that company is going to be. So you have to keep your eyes and ears open, and this is a great initiative to give somebody a platform to become that somebody.
Thank you so much. I think I have been literally firing questions back to back. Just the last one, if you were to, think what next, what would you prefer to be called out as Sonam as an actor or Sonam as a businesswoman?
Honestly, I feel a woman can do it all. I don't think a man can.
No doubt about that.
I feel we're like fantastic multitaskers and we can do whatever. So I'm always going to be a mom first. That is my number one priority, because I'm still building the future of India with my child. I think that's what we all do as mothers, giving the right learnings and guidance and everything. That is my biggest project. And then it's my family, my husband, but I will always be an actor. That is my family legacy. That is who I am. I am Sonam Kapoor first. And I love doing business as well and investing in business. The film industry is one of the biggest industries, one of the biggest businesses, and we are constantly making startups over there in our films. Yeah.
So I think no one can complain that I have too much on my plate and I have to do too many things with this comment.
100 and 200%. I think whenever you tell any woman that, and say, oh, मैं थक गया, मैं आ गया काम से, they have no idea कि घर पे क्या हो रहा है पूरा दिन.
So true, so true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sonam.
you so
A big
much.
round of applause
Thank
for
you so
Sonam
much.
Kapoor. Thank you.
Well, that was quite a conversation. Lovely hearing you all. And Mohit, thank you so much for the fantastic moderation again. And I request Mohit to hand over a token of appreciation to Sonam. Can you please have...
Such a pleasure to hear Sonam Kapoor Ahuja, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for her. I think we got really interesting insights about the topic, from the boardroom to the spotlight, navigating the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much, Sonam, for joining us, gracing this evening, gracing the day, and of course, speaking your heart out.
Thank you, Mr. Vaseem. Thank you so much once again. Our respected minister is on the round. He'll be here with us any moment soon. So we're just waiting for him, and then we'll continue with the ceremony.